2013, being the first British scholar to receive this particular award since its inception in 1990. She is currently editor-in-chief of the Journal of International Feminist Journal of Politics and co-series editor of the book series Creative Intervention. Her research is located in intersections of critical international relations theory, feminist theory, queer theory, and political theory. Some of her key publications include her 2013 book, Feminist International Relations, Exquisite Corpse and the Men Questions, with Jane Purport, and articles with Maria Stern and Anne-Susan Runyon. So thank you very much for being here today, Doctor, and I give you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and for that introduction. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Well, in this cyberspace. Yeah, can I share my screen? I've just got a few slides. I'm trying to share the screen and it won't let me at the moment. So if you, okay, that's great. Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, there's just a few slides. I just thought it might be helpful. Sorry, I'm just trying to find various things. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today, clearly this question, what is feminist international relations? And what I thought I'd do is I thought I would divide it into 3 sections, each of them headed up by a question, but also I like to ask questions. I think it's quite a helpful way to get into understanding whatever it is we want to understand. So these 3 sections, part 1, what is feminist international relations? Part 2, feminist foreign policy, is it a good thing? And part 3, does masculinity lead us into war? So, okay, as I say, I'm just going to talk through some of these. And as I say, it's more, well, partly I'm trying to pose questions to get us to think about what feminist international relations is. I realize you've got Professor or Dr. Tickner coming after me, who will do a marvelous job of detailing more of the history and development of feminist international relations. So I thought it would be a good opportunity to open this way. So really, in terms of thinking about that first question, what is feminist international relations? I've got five points here. I have to say it's thundering and lightning here at the moment, so I'm slightly distracted. The lightning is flashing across the sky. Yeah. So the first thing I want to say. Feminist international relations, it really is simply the study of global politics or international relations, but it is the study of global politics through feminism and using feminist questions. And the key part there is that the feminist questions always remain central. They don't kind of slip off the agenda, they always remain central. And I think that's something that I really would like to stress. The issues that feminists, and I'll say a little bit about feminist questions in a minute, what they are, or what some of them are. The issues and topics that feminist international relations scholars study oftentimes are exactly the same ones as mainstream realist liberal international relations scholars might study. For example, security, power, war. All of those things are really important to feminist international relations people. But the big difference is that feminist international relations will include lots more people in their analysis, lots more different kinds of experiences, and lots of areas of life, like more domestic matters, including the home. They'll include many more of those than traditional theorists would, like realists and liberalists, or liberal scholars of liberalism. And in that sense, I really want to stress the point that feminist international relations is in that way much more inclusive and so much more rigorous in some ways than more mainstream theories. I don't think that's really often the way that people start out talking about feminist international relations, but I really wanted to stress that point. Feminist questions come first and stay at the center. But the subjects and topics will be wider than traditional theories will look at, because feminist international relations people look at those people who are more marginalized than mainstream scholars tend to pay attention to. So obviously including women, but all kinds of racialized groups that perhaps mainstream people using mainstream international relations, traditional international relations theory may pay less attention to. So that's the kind of first point I really want to make. The second point I want to go on to in this first part, what is feminist international relations, is really to talk a little bit about gender and what those feminist questions are. Clearly, or obviously, at least to me, gender is the central category of analysis for feminist international relations scholars. Now, that means, what does that mean? It means lots of different things, but it definitely means you're going to be studying masculinities. You're going to be asking questions like, well, what work is masculinity doing? You are also going to be asking the question, where are the women? Very classically kind of discussed at great length by Cynthia Enloe. And it remains a really important question for international relations scholars. Actually, it's one of the reasons it's important is that you get to see a whole different side of what's going on in international politics, whether you're looking at climate change or war or foreign policy. If you actually start with those questions, you're going to get a different set of experiences, you're going to see a different set of experiences and different kinds of questions about, you know, well, who is being secured? What do our, you know, foreign policies, who are they securing? And they tend not to be securing women and marginalized groups. So it's very important. Again, I'm coming back to that point. It's like, you have to keep those feminist questions at the top and at the center. So just to say again about feminist questions include, you know, where are the women? What work is masculinity doing? And another reason, I suppose, why that's important, why those kinds of questions are important, why gender is important to focus on, is because gender has a huge role in making social worlds work. I like to think of gender, or I do think of gender, as a massive meaning maker. So much relies upon those terms that we think are just usually to do with what men do or what women do, you know, whether somebody's behaving in masculine ways or feminine ways. But theories of gender and our questions of gender are so much more, are about so much more than what people do or how they behave in gendered ways. It's a massive meaning maker, partly because it's hierarchical, usually. So those things associated with masculinity are usually awarded kind of more value in traditional terms than those things associated with femininity. And you see that a lot in global politics, but also just in one's personal life. That's one of the ways to think about why do we care about masculinity and femininity? Partly because there's such a hierarchy involved. But also it's not, as I said, it's not just about what people do or, you know, how they behave. Gender is very much embedded in all our political and philosophical concepts, whether we're thinking about that academically, but those concepts are very much part of our own everyday lives, both personal, local, national, international. And so there I'm thinking of things like how we decide the difference between good and evil, what counts as justice, who deserves justice, who counts as a human, you know, those kind of that binary of us and them, such a big issue in international politics, as I will hopefully go on to kind of unpack that a little bit more. So gender isn't just this kind of simple thing. It's very complexly integrated in all of our lives at personal and global levels, and that feeds then into how global politics is manifested. I mean, that's kind of putting it very broadly. And of course, gender, again, as even though for oftentimes it seems as if it's just a simple thing, it's also not just about masculinities and femininities. It's kind of very much connected to so many other category identities, sexualities, race, class, being really important ones to think about that. So that's really kind of most of the second point I want to make there is really kind of saying gender is super important. And that is why, and mostly in kind of traditional theories, it's not at the top of agendas, even though it's kind of doing work all the time. So really one of the big jobs of feminist international relations students and scholars is to keep questions about gender at the top and at the center, because you'll get a very different picture of what's going on. And as Cynthia Enloe says, actually, we just don't understand how power works if we don't include a gender analysis. I mean, power is very structured around hierarchies, and a lot of that is structured with ideas about gender. But let me go on to my third point here. I've really got kind of 5 main points in this first section in part 1. And here, this section, I just want to refer to a question that I get asked. I still get asked quite a lot. Is feminist methodology really very different, or is it different at all to those methodologies that we'd use in other using other theories of international relations? I think sometimes the theory word and the methodology word, they can seem quite too much and scary for people, especially students starting out. And even though I think there's lots of work you have to do to think about theory and to think about methodology, they are at base quite simple in that, you know, theory is really just about how we make sense of the world. You know, people are theorizing their worlds all the time, you know, in terms of like, do I trust that person? Shall I go out for that walk? I mean, you're kind of making sense of your world in order to make decisions. So in one way we can think of that's all theory is. And methodology is really just a question of what are we going to investigate? What are we going to analyze? What subjects and topics and people are we going to decide are important enough to look at, to spend our time studying? And if you look at, I mean, I don't know what your courses and programs are like on international relations, but I think I might guess that, also, shall I put it this way, traditionally international relations programs are mostly dominated by white male authors, for example, and often concentrating on powerful people. So, you know, that's a question that a feminist would ask, well, you know, where are the women here? You know, why can't we focus on women? You know, what's important? What connections are we going to make? What kind of questions do we ask? So, for example, around climate change, I'm just coming up with probably the big topics in international politics: climate change, war, migration, refugees. You know, whose lives are we going to consider as important enough to spend time studying and researching and maybe, you know, yeah, regarding as important. And so again, feminist methodology is dictated by, I suppose I'd probably want to say, a different set of priorities than mainstream traditional IR theories. Looking at, again, many of the same issues, you know, all of those things I just said: climate change, refugees, borders, always interested in all of those things, but deciding to focus on those more traditionally ignored people, which so often includes women and more obviously racialized groups of people. So that's really my third point, really, on this question of what is feminist IR. The fourth point, as I say, I've got 5 points here. I'm reading my notes now, thinking I've missing out there. Yeah, okay, coming back to that. The other question that I often get asked is why actually then isn't feminist international relations work, scholarship, that important, or in IR programs around the world? Now, clearly, feminist international relations has, the traditional story is, you know, and this is clearly coming from a kind of global north, UK, Europe, well, even UK, North America position in a sense, but that is kind of where a lot of the dominant centers and authors are in some ways. And so the story about international relations there, it's really about feminist international relations, kind of started 30 years ago, more or less, after the end of, well, the breakup of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War there. So there's lots of feminist work within just, I mean, there's lots of feminist work around the globe writ large, but in IR as a discipline, there is a lot. But still, it doesn't, you know, traditional theories, you know, which I will therefore include the traditional theories, realism, liberalism, and also constructivism. I suppose I would put them all together in some ways. Not exactly the same, but they seem to dominate, I would say, international relations teachings programs. And so the question is of why hasn't feminist international relations scholarship, you know, been, you know, be more widespread in that sense. And a couple of answers, I suppose, I would give there. I think, I mean, basic answer, I would say, at some level, it's kind of too much like, it can be seen as too much like hard work, because actually, as I've said earlier, you know, gender can seem to be simple, but it isn't. And so, you know, there is actually quite a lot of work to do to grapple with that. And also then that feeds into the other part of that there's a naive conception sometimes of feminist work, and maybe it's just about women. The answer to that is no, it clearly is not just about women, even though questions about women are very central. But even if it was just about women, that would still give you a whole new way of thinking about what matters in global politics, than just studying through traditional theories. So on the one hand, gender is certainly not just about women. But even if it was, it would still be, it would still be a lot of work, but also it would bring up a whole new way, as I say, of thinking about or seeing global politics. It's also, I suppose, to add to that, it can be seen as quite threatening if taken seriously. And I'll come on to that point in a different way as I go through, because of course it does. Feminist theory does have a kind of subversive, of course it does, the subversive destabilizing impulse to it. It's not really about just adding something to international relations. It's about turning it upside down in some ways. And of course that can be threatening. So there is that point to make as well. And just kind of going on to the fifth point, although that's kind of works with that one there that I just said. Another question I get asked also is, is feminist theory just another subset really? And I don't see it like that. I see it as its own its own analysis of global politics, international relations, one that's wider and more inclusive. If you're asking, just thinking about the global pandemic, COVID-19, when you're thinking about who gets secured by government policies, it's obviously different around the world, or who gets the vaccine, it's, when you ask questions which focus on more marginalized groups, so women and racialized groups, you're going to get a very different way of thinking about who is being secured and how security actually doesn't work in many ways. And so it's not a subset of theories at all. Okay, so that was part one, and I'm happy to answer any questions later. Part two, I thought I'd just look at something a little bit more specific. I mean, not in great detail. It's just a kind of almost like a bit of an experiment, really, when I want to look at feminist foreign policy. Feminist foreign policy, I mean, foreign policy, it's like such a central IR thing. It's, of course it is, absolutely it is. And at the same time, feminist foreign policy is becoming very noticeably more important in different countries around the world, I believe starting in Sweden, but of course also including Mexico. So feminist foreign policy is like, and it sounds like, well, why wouldn't we want feminist foreign policy? My goodness, why wouldn't we? And so again, I'm just kind of, raising questions, getting you to think about, what feminist international relations is. And I thought I would just do it this way, just a few, I won't spend so long on this. Thinking about foreign policy traditionally, what are the basic things, and this is fairly simplistic, but not inaccurate, I think, thinking about what foreign policy, some of its central core tenets kind of thing, and then thinking about how feminism works. Because remember, if we're doing feminist international relations, we keep feminism at the top and at the center. At the top and the center, if that kind of makes sense. So I suppose here I'm trying to expose some of the contradictions or some of the paradoxes, perhaps better, that emerge when you try and insert feminism into something traditional like foreign policy. And here I just came up with letters, just seemed to kind of work. So for foreign policy, there are 3 S's, and for feminism, there are 3 T's. And so just to talk through that, foreign policy is essentially very statist, isn't it? I mean, it's all about borders and boundaries and keeping those out that you don't want in, and, kind of really securing, to use that word again, securing borders to protect protecting those borders. I mean, wherever we are in the world, we kind of know all about borders, especially studying international politics. We know about borders. We know about, obviously, all those issues around refugees and migration and intervention that come with all of that. And so essentially, I would really want to stress that one of the central things about foreign policy is very statist, bounded it's very statist bounded, and I think the most important word there is that boundedness and boundaries. The second thing to say there, the second S there for foreign policy, is that of course one of the common, obviously, and very commonsensical way of thinking about what foreign policy does, especially when it comes to those boundaries and borders, is of course it's supposed to be about safeguarding the national interest and all of those people within the boundaries. I mean, again, this is the traditional kind of view and justification for foreign policies about safeguarding, protecting people, as well as the national interest. All right there. And the third S there is actually foreign policy is rather interesting in terms of policy, government policy, again, differently around the world, in that, a lot of secrecy is allowed, expected. It's we don't want whoever we're trying to keep out to know how we're trying to keep them out or what we're planning on. So secrecy seems to be a big part of foreign policy. When we go over to the feminist, some of the central tenets of feminism, especially thinking it through foreign policy there, there are so many kind of contradictions that that make me anyway want to ask questions about, can feminist foreign policy really work? I'm not against it, but can it really work? Because if we think of the statist side there, of course, feminism at its best, and I'm talking ideal here, it's transnational, it's transcending boundaries, showing the violence of boundaries and borders, and trying to find connections across boundaries and borders. So that sense of kind of really closing in around a small thing, relatively speaking, is just really at odds with the feminist ideal in my thinking. And the second point to go on to there is, of course, threat. And of course, for so many people, so many women, so many oppressed groups around the world, the authority, whether that's the authority of the nation or the state or the authority of the family or whatever institution we might think of, is not necessarily always the safest place to be for women, for example. If we think of the example of so-called domestic violence. So the idea that those inside that guarded territory are safe is clearly upturned and exposed as inaccurate by feminist analysis, again, particularly for women and marginalized groups. So there's again, just bringing in the example there of COVID-19 and thinking about safeguarding the national interests and, the whole kind of vaccine nationalism in a sense, certainly the UK as an example there, and when there are so many countries around the world who could benefit more if we didn't have so much of it ourselves here. And again, that shows the contradictions between, again, that transnational idea that it's, an ideal feminism would be about, caring for more than just within the small bounded community, whether that's a state or whatever. So the idea that the state protects everyone is clearly clearly not the case. And the third point there, really, just comparing the two, and again, transparency for feminism is so important. Again, an ideal feminism where it's about sharing knowledge and building knowledge and building justice, you know, and that whole secrecy around foreign policy really mitigates against that. I mean, of course, you know, the idea that foreign policy, the secrecy is because it protects the national interest, is one that there is often a lot of curious, inquisitive questions about the truth of that. Again, different versions in different parts of the world. So here it's just really to get, again, just to sort of, you know, maybe bring in some provocative kinds of questions about how feminist international relations here in the guise of foreign policy, feminist foreign policy, how the combination is always, you know, not so simple. And, you know, if something is truly going to be feminist, again, it's the feminist part that needs to come first. And that's going to be difficult for people, you know, in governments doing foreign policy. But yeah, I'm not saying I'm against feminist foreign policy writ large, but it clearly causes, it clearly can't do what it's supposed to do. And then you do have to kind of ask the question, does it then just look as if, you know, or appear as if women in this example are being secured or taken into account or cared for, and maybe that isn't the case. Okay, so moving on to the third part, and the question there, again, quite a provocative question, I would say, does masculinity lead us into war? The current motivation, certainly for me, just thinking about that question, not that I'm always thinking about these kinds of questions, but clearly the war in Ukraine, which has been going on for about a month, I suppose now, actually, and obviously is a huge part, especially in this part of the world where I am. I still regard it as Europe, where I am in the UK, but clearly it is a global issue as well. Clearly it's a war, and it's clearly saturated the media, political analysis, government policy, politicians, academics, people in general. And, you know, so many important questions that are being asked, you know, when will it end? How will it end? Why did it start? And of course, people are giving their answers all the time, from politicians, journalists, academics, the military, and of course, they seem to be focusing on military strategies, weaponry, leadership, humanitarian aid. And these are important questions, and feminists would be asking questions about those too. They're important questions given the crisis that war both is, and the crisis or crises in plural that it creates. I mean, wars don't end. You know, again, this is Cynthia Enloe in my head here. Wars don't end. You know, it will end. This war will end, and it will end with some agreement between men. And then one wants to ask the question, we know it's going to end. All of these deaths and the injuries and the ongoing injuries into the future. You really want to ask questions about really what's the point, actually. And of course, there are lots of answers to that questions. But of course, feminist questions do not seem to be the obvious or the first place, or even the only place to start when grappling with these kinds of questions. As one scholar put it, questions of gender are seldom at the forefront of analysis when bombs are falling, tanks are rolling in, and civilians are being slaughtered. I mean, that is going to make sense to all of us, I'm sure. Though I would also then want to say this kind of sidelining of feminist questions, this kind of saying this isn't the time. this sidelining of feminist questions perhaps isn't surprising, because feminism did not cause this war. And think about that. Feminism did not cause this war. Of course, that does beg all kinds of questions, of course, as to what did. You know, apart from the obvious answer of an invasion by Russia or President Putin, that's just, yeah, we need to think more deeply than that. So feminism did not cause this war. We do not live in feminist dominated worlds by a long shot anywhere. It varies around the world how much feminist questions are actually making a difference or allowed to be spoken. But we don't live in feminist dominated worlds, yet we do live in worlds saturated with and by gender in all its hierarchies and intersectional complexities. And this war is no exception. The war in Ukraine is no exception. Gender doesn't go away in wartime. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It raises to the surface much more explicitly. And so, you know, I'm asking the question then, or putting it out there for us to think about, where is it? Where is gender in this war? And I'm going to move on to a slide here, which is kind of more cartoon-like, so forgive me on this one. Except not that one, this one. Yeah, that one. Okay. For those even paying minimal attention to how the war is being presented, one cannot fail to notice how the representations of the two presidents involved, I mean, at the top, there's like so many other people involved, millions, but both President Zelensky of Ukraine and President Putin of Russia are drenched in masculine imagery and war talk. Now, of course, they don't present themselves like this at all, although one might ask a lot of questions about President Putin's long time presentation of himself as a, you know, male warrior, whatever, but that the war itself is drenched in masculine talk, masculine imagery of different kinds. Clearly, the two presidents here are clearly presented, and we might want to just think of them as very different men, absolutely, and very different in what they're doing, maybe. Well, yeah. So I think it's very clear that gender is front and center in this war. You know, and there's a lot of talk about, sorry, it's also obvious, actually, we might be tempted to ask why, you know, why aren't feminist questions or feminist theories the first place to go? And of course, that seems nonsensical in some ways. And yet, you know, a lot of that will depend on how important we think gender is. And remember, I talked about the philosophical concepts we use, whether in academic language or just everyday language, and how gender is really a central part of that. A central part over centuries of meaning making around gender. So if we just sort of give one brief example, apart from all of these examples, that we could have a million images of how masculinity is being portrayed, not just through these two presidents, but clearly in the you know, obviously the militarized workings that war ends up, so, you know, soldiers and killing and tanks, etc., etc. But Putin himself, if we just take Putin, obviously I'm not going to talk about that image there. I mean, it bespeaks a lot of ideas about gender, but more explicitly in his own terms, there was a whole paragraph on traditional values, which was all about, was very gendered, very sexualized, in the sense of, really, for Putin, the real family is a heterosexual nuclear family. Women do this, men do that. And there was a whole paragraph on traditional values, and the alleged undermining of these by the West was included in Putin's speech on the 24th of February, when he announced the invasion, or as he calls it, special military operation. I mean, Putin very explicitly seems horrified, terrified by anything which deviates from a very hyper traditional heteronormative family scenario. And in terms of homosexuality, there is one scholar has described the Kremlin as having constructed a pernicious ideology of homophobia as geopolitics. And so putting that in very classic IR terms. So I guess here, what I'm trying to get you to think about is how much of a part is Putin's own perceptions of how gender should work, and that clearly includes sexuality, and it clearly sees the West as, you know, too liberal and, you know, gay marriage, etc., etc. And actually, how much of a part does this play in attacks, perceived attacks on his own, you know, masculine identity? And that is, of course, all wrapped up in his vision of the Russian Empire. So how much work are Putin's sphere around gender and sex doing? I was going to just mention, actually, when I was talking about foreign policy, there is this chapter, this book by Megan McKenzie and Nicole Wegner on feminist solutions for ending war, actually, and a chapter by Yolanda Buka on making foreign policy as if Black and Brown lives matters. And, you know, she certainly argues that we need to rethink intervention and war as extensions of masculine colonial rule. And I guess I'm more or less going to end on that point, really, although here is a picture of one of the first rounds of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine, all men. Again, how might we think about whether feminist questions are going to be central there? We can assume they're not. And so in terms of in terms of thinking about feminist international relations scholarship, it certainly hasn't reached this level. But I guess, yeah, so I'm going to end there really with that. I'm going to actually leave you with that question: is masculinity responsible, or does it lead us into war? And in some ways, I actually want to answer that question. It's not the only thing, but I do want to actually, yes, it does. And that's it.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, Doctor. I think you were very clear in exposing all of these points. So if you want, we can continue with the QA section on this. So I will give some instructions to everyone here in the Zoom. So if you want to make a question to Dr. Zalewski, please either raise your hand and open your microphone when obviously selected, or if you want, you can send your question via chat. You can either send it in Spanish and I will translate it for you if you want, or you can send it in English so it can be more clear. So right now, if anyone has any question, please raise your hand or either write it on the chat, please. Okay, meanwhile, someone starts or formulates a question. I have one of my own, if you don't mind, Doctor. So when you talk about when is masculinity leading us to war, or whether or to what extent masculinity led us to war, I remember some works or theoretical analysis which says that how women in power or whether women in power can make like the international community more peaceful. So like they say, the femininity makes something more peaceful in international relations. So women in power wouldn't let us to war, or at least in a less scale. So, but I read as well that this concept of women in power wouldn't let us to war is like related to the motherhood perception. Like it's okay, women are primarily mothers, so therefore they have like a sense of non-violence, they have a sense of consensus, they have a sense of like integrate like all these kind of thoughts, and like do not let us into conflict. So do you think that this perception of women in power wouldn't let us to work is like in the core kind of misogynistic, like by being compared to motherhood on that extent, or do you think that really women in power, therefore as you talk of all of these, wouldn't let us to work? I have like that question.
Right, thank you. Well, I mean, just to answer that in different parts, I guess. I don't think necessarily women are more peaceful than men. I don't think that if women were in power, we wouldn't go to war. Clearly, we have. I think that, I mean, well, to unpack that a little bit, I mean, clearly women have been traditionally associated with peace, which has been a bit of a problem in a sense, because, you know, women can do all kinds of awful things like men can in that sense. Often the way they do awful things or violent things is different. But I think it doesn't help us doesn't get us anywhere to actually think about women as more peaceful than men. And yes, I do think women lead us into war, but that doesn't really get to the question about masculinity, actually, because women can act in masculine ways. And actually what they often do when they get in those positions, because if you're talking about leaders of countries or whatever, they're in an institution, they've gone up the ladder or however they've got to the top. And so they are part of that institution. And in order to be successful in that institution, you know, you have to do what the institution wants. And so by that, and you know, so I'm talking about a government or a military or something. So by the time you've got to that position, it doesn't often matter whether you're a woman or a man. You will just do what might be the more masculine and often colonial thing. So it's not so much about women versus men there in that sense. It's about, well, women will just act in masculine ways anyway. And so that, you know, that does always raise, well, the thing about motherhood, that's also a problem too, because, you know, mothers, I am a mother, I have a mother, you know, not necessarily always the most peaceful activity, you know, and of course there are awful mothers as well as wonderful mothers. Though there is a kind of philosophically oriented way to think about that, nothing to do with how women are or essential views about motherhood. It's about, but the ideal perception of mothering perhaps does lend a more kind of, I'm using these words, epistemological and philosophical entry, a different entry into engaging with other people, which may well focus more or count as more important issues around caring and nurturing. Now, I think about that philosophically, not about this is what women are like or mothers are like. They're not, or some of them are. So so those are the first, those two things I'd say. Or the third thing I'd say there is, of course, representation still matters though. When you look at the peace table or the peace talks and it's all white men or all men, you know, I mean, you know, you do have to have, at least you have to try to have different representation in the hope that different views will come to the fore. And of course, you know, actually Ukraine should be having women at the peace table, but that's a different story. So yeah, those are my answers there.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the answer, Doctor. Now I give the word to Amber Estrada, who is raising her hand right now.
Hi.
Thank you so much, Tadeo, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Doctor. Thank you so much for being in this virtual enclosure. My question goes around this. We recognize that the global political space is extremely underpinned by a gendered logic, and there is always a subject who goes beyond women that is not allowed to be heard. And how can we deal and eradicate this without falling into separatist positions? And thank you so much for
The line was cutting out there. So you started out by saying there's global politics is there's a gendered logic there. So then I kind of lost the end of that. Can you say it again?
Yeah, of course. We recognize that the global political space is extremely underpinned by a gendered logic, and there is always a subject who goes beyond women that is not allowed to be heard. This is not a feminist question. This is a gender question, okay?
Is not allowed to be hurt.
Yeah, and how can we deal and eradicate this without falling into separatist positions?
Can you give me an example of that? Who's not allowed to be hurt?
Okay, it's not only about women, it's about something who goes beyond that. It's about a gender situation, as you said.
So are you kind of saying that, sorry if I'm not quite understanding what you're saying there. So how can we avoid getting into a kind of a position of, or perceiving ourselves to be in a position of superiority, because we're kind of saying that, you know, you should be like this or you should be like us? Is it that kind of thing?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, classically, so much of Western feminist theory, especially that which kind of gets the label liberal feminism, which is, you know, been kind of dominant in many ways, very much has fallen into that trap, I suppose. I would agree, that, you know, kind of say, you know, especially thinking about so-called developing world and you know, wanting or arguing that you know, women should be treated in the way that we're treated here in the West. I mean, I think that I mean, there are two different or big different levels there. There's the kind of scholarly theoretical side, but also then the policy side or the political side. And I think because so much of feminism that's been integrated in inverted commas into government, including feminist foreign policy, is really all part and parcel of that kind of liberal agenda. So I'm very skeptical, actually, I suppose, of the possibilities of that, you know, not falling into the trap of being superior. And so, but it really, you know, I suppose what matters there then is really extending, well, you know, including more radical versions. I mean, radical in a very wide sense, radical versions of what feminism can be. And the trouble is, of course, that it is liberal feminism that dominates in Western institutions anyway. So I'm a little bit, yeah, and I'm not sure that's a particularly good answer there, but I suppose I'm not that positive about that. Okay.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Now I think we have time for just another more question. Please, Mariela, can you open your microphone and state your question, please?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for your talk. And also my question is there anything we can do as international relations students to make government correctly apply feminist foreign policy? I mean, because sometimes it's like they say they have a feminist foreign policy, but in the actual practice it's a different story. Thank you so much.
Right. So as international relations students, how much feminism do you get actually in your own courses or programs? How much? Yeah, can I ask that first of all? Is there much?
In the last years, it's been like implementation of a lot of courses and workshops and all that kind of things. Yeah.
Right. So increasingly so. I mean, oh gosh, it's hard to it's interesting, that question about what is the link then between, you know, studying international feminist international relations, whether as students or scholars, and that impact on government. In some ways, I think this is probably true in many parts of the world, that this, if students start to make very vocal or very, you know, kind of robust demands, it's taken much more seriously than if scholars make these demands. So in a sense, I suppose, I don't quite know what the answer to the question is, but I could offer two things there. One of them being, you know, literally write to your governments, but also kind of couch that in the context of your scholarly, your analysis. You know, if you can actually give them something to actually say, well, why don't you do it this way? I mean, oftentimes that feels as if it's not going to go anywhere, but it might actually, especially because it's coming from students. You know, governments do tend to like things coming from students, as I say, rather than the you know, the kind of older community in that sense. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what else I've got to offer there. Okay.
So thank you very much, Doctor, for all the responses. I think because of the time and because of the changing the presenter, I think we would end it here. But again, we are so thankful for your presentation. I think it was very clear for everyone who is not into feminist international relations theory or this kind of topics. Sometimes can be very hard. And as I studied to you in the invitation letter, we don't have a lot of courses that talk to this. So we have all this mainstream information coming to us, but we need to think, and we want to think, I think it is the most important thing, critically. And I think that these feminist approaches like help us a lot to kind of change our mindset and try to, first of all, understand like all the different approaches that there is in our discipline, which is a very new discipline compared, for example, for political science or that. So again, thank you very much in the name of the Faculty of Law and Social Science, and also of the degree of International Relations here in the Autonomous University of Puebla. And we really hope we can join in another conversation very soon, maybe in a presential setting, we hope.
Well, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the conference, and good luck with, well, everything. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Have an amazing day. Okay, now I will change my language to Spanish in order to communicate. Perfecto, esta fue la primera conferencia del ciclo. Vamos a esperar a que se conecte la doctora Jan Tickner para dar inicio a la siguiente conferencia, que es a las 10. Entonces tenemos ese margen de 2 minutos para esperarla y dar inicio. Agradezco su cooperación y su paciencia en torno a esto. De nuevo, para dar instrucciones generales, por favor, mantener su cámara, bueno, puede estar encendida o apagada, pero sus micrófonos, por favor, cerrados. Cualquier duda en referencia a cuestiones técnicas, pueden hacérnoslas llegar vía el chat. Muchas gracias. Para todos aquellos que se van incorporando a la sala, estamos esperando la entrada de la ponente. Por favor, mantener sus micrófonos silenciados en todo momento y cualquier duda técnica, por favor, dirigirla a través del chat de Zoom. De igual manera, para todos aquellos que nos sintonizan desde la página de YouTube de la Facultad de Derecho y Ciencias Sociales, en caso de que tengan una pregunta, pueden establecerla a través del chat de la transmisión y nosotros haremos todo lo posible por leerla en el momento de las preguntas en cada una de las ponencias. Me comenta la doctora Jean Tickner que está teniendo problemas para entrar, pero que pronto estará con nosotros. Les pido paciencia. Gracias. Para las personas que se van incorporando a la sala, la doctora Jean Tickner está teniendo problemas técnicos con el acceso. Nos comenta que en breve se entrará. Por favor, mantener su micrófono en silencio. Para todos aquellos que se incorporan a la sala y nos están viendo desde la transmisión de la página de YouTube de la Facultad de Derecho, la doctora Tickner está teniendo problemas técnicos. Estoy en respuesta a sus instrucciones en caso de que sea necesario reagendar su participación el día de mañana. Sin embargo, mientras tanto, seguimos en espera. Muchas gracias por su paciencia y perdón, pero los problemas técnicos son algo comunes. Muchas gracias. Excelente. De nuevo, a aquellos que se van conectando a la sala o aquellos que están en la transmisión en vivo por el YouTube de la Facultad de Derecho y Ciencias Sociales, la doctora Tickner nos comenta que sigue teniendo problemas técnicos. En caso de que en 5 minutos no pueda conectarse, me comenta que vamos a intentar reagendar su participación para el día de mañana. Sin embargo, les pedimos mantenerse dentro de la sala, ya que a las 11 tendremos la participación de la doctora Laura Sjoberg. De nuevo, gracias por su paciencia y estamos a espera de su conexión. Perfecto. De manera de información, la doctora Tickner me acaba de dar instrucciones con referente a su ponencia. Dice que va a ser imposible que se conecte debido a los problemas técnicos que está experimentando. Sin embargo, vamos a buscar que el día de mañana se reagende su conferencia. Nosotros haremos por medio de vías oficiales de Delegación Minerva-BUAP y posiblemente de la Coordinación de Relaciones Internacionales el horario de su ponencia. Agradecemos a todos los que están aquí y pedimos no salgan de la sala, ya que a las 11 de la mañana tendremos la participación de la doctora Laura Sjoberg. Muchas gracias. A todos aquellos que se van incorporando a la conferencia de la doctora Tickner. Como comentábamos, se va a reagendar para el día de mañana debido a problemas técnicos que tiene la doctora para ingresar a la sala de Zoom. Estamos esperando a que a las 11 inicie la conferencia Transgendering International Relations por la doctora Laura Sjoberg. Así que muchas gracias, perdón por los inconvenientes y consideramos su paciencia.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Tickner. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud.
You can see me too.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Doctor, I think there might be a misunderstanding. The conferences was scheduled for 10 o'clock here in Mexico.
Well, they told me to be on at 12.
On
So
12?
I missed it. 12 US time,
Yes.
US close.
Okay.
So what happened? Have I missed it?
Yeah, yes, we were waiting here, but I think it was a misunderstanding with the schedule because at 11 we have scheduled Dr. Laura Sjoberg.
Laura Sjoberg.
Yes. Is there any possibility we can reschedule with you tomorrow or later today?
Yes. Okay. Let me look at tomorrow. No, I actually can't do it tomorrow. I could do it later today.
Okay, perfect. What time do you can do it today?
Well, it doesn't matter to me. What?
Okay, so today we are finishing at 1 p.m. here from Mexico. So it's 12 p.m. for you in the US.
Well, that's
Okay,
now
so
it's
I
12.
think it's an hour more.
It's 12 p.m. with me right now.
Okay, 12 p.m. So can you do it at 12 o'clock from your time?
At what? What time did you
Can
say?
we see 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock
p.m.
my time. That's in 2 hours, just to get it right.
Yes, the 14 hours, yes.
Okay, so that's 2 hours from now, huh?
Yes, that's correct. So 2 hours from now.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor, and sorry for the
Well,
misunderstanding.
I'm sorry, I did ask, and I also calculated with the Greenwich time because I thought I was 6 hours ahead of Britain.
Of written, okay.
So, but anyway, okay, well, I'll be back at 2 o'clock. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Okay, and the link will work, all right? The link.
Yes, it's the same one.
Okay, okay. Okay, see you then.
See you, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ok, perfecto. A todos los que están en la sala, a las 2 de la tarde tendremos, es decir, a la 1 de la tarde de nosotros, la doctora Tickner va a dar la conferencia debido a problemas en la agenda y a problemas técnicos. Entonces, si pueden pasar la voz, estaría perfecto. Muchas gracias. Mientras tanto, esperamos a la doctora Sjoberg, que a las 11 tiene su conferencia en Transgendering and International Relations. En caso de que haya habido un problema de comunicaciones a la 1 de la tarde de nosotros, terminando la conferencia de la doctora Catherine Eschle, va a ser la conferencia de la doctora Tickner. 1 de la tarde para nosotros, es 2 de la tarde para ella, en caso de que haya habido algún tipo de confusión. Good afternoon, doctor. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for being here today in the Gender and International Relations online conference. We are, as you may notice, a student-led organization making this conference possible because we do consider that feminist approaches to the international relations is very important, and they are constantly underrepresented in student plans and academic. So if you don't have a problem, I will make a brief introduction of you and your work to everyone here so they can know you better. So, Dr. Laura Sjoberg is a British academic global professor of politics and international relations at Royal Holloway University of London. Her research addresses issues of gender and security, with focus on political violent women, feminist war theorizing, sexuality in global politics, and political methodology. She teaches, consults, and lectures on gender in global politics and on international security. Her work has been published in more than 50 books and journals in political science, law, gender studies, international relations, and geography. Dr. Sjoberg's recent books include Women as Wartime Rapists, Interpretative Quantification, Rutledge Handbook of Gender and Security, international relations, last synthesis, gender and civilian victimization, failure in critical security studies, characterizations of women and in and around the Islamic State, what counts as feminist work in security studies, sexuality in US-Cuba rapprochement, gender insecurity, and everyday counterterrorism. Dr. Sjoberg has recently taught in areas of international law, gender and armed conflict, international relations theorizing, and international security. And now is going to give us a conference on transgendering international relations. Thank you very much, Doctor, and I give you the floor.
Okay, I apologize in advance if there are message noises on my computer. I actually cannot figure out how to shut them up, but I have tried to minimize them as much as possible. So, so you can just laugh at me when it happens. And I'm very sorry to have missed Marysia and Anne, both of whom I think a lot of, and I'm glad you were able to have them. Particularly Anne was my PhD advisor way back in the day. So I am glad that you got to hear from her, and she certainly said things much smarter than anything I'm going to say. But I figure that I will talk a little bit about kind of the work that I've done in the last decade about queer and trans politics and some of the things that I think might be positive about it. And I'm also on a self-critique kick. So some of the things that I think might need pushing about it and things like that. First, I'll tell you that what originally interested me in queer IR had more to do with field politics than it did with actual global politics. That is that the largest organization in the United States that studies international relations, the International Studies Association, kept insisting on hosting its conferences and continues to insist on hosting its conferences in places that are ridiculously queer and trans unfriendly. In terms of the laws, in terms of the ways that the conference venues work, things like that. So to me, that's what got me interested in queer theory in IR, was that I and other queer scholars of IR were having a hard time being a part of this field that was stationing its conferences and conversations, places that even those people who were privileged enough to otherwise be able to go to them would also run into this hurdle. And so I started thinking about it through that angle, and then more and more developed an interest in the ways in which queer and trans concepts might help theorize IR, and recognizing the queer and trans bodies in IR is important to kind of understanding global politics as a whole. So I'll tell you a little bit about where I intellectually started out on this and how I've moved kind of as I keep thinking about it. So intellectually, I started out with a couple of ideas. The first idea is that a lot of the concepts from the gender studies and psychology literature on transgender, transgendering, and thinking about what trans significations mean would be really useful to theorizing global politics. So I was reading in the literature on the way trans bodies were understood and thought, about hypervisibility, about invisibility, about liminality, about crossing. And actually, particularly, I'm probably still most interested in the idea of disidentification, given the emphasis put on identification fairly frequently. So to me, a lot of those ideas were really interesting to translate into what they might mean for global politics. Not only for queer and trans bodies, but also kind of more generally. So where are things invisible in global politics? Where are they hyper visible? Where are you getting different views of crossing, and who can cross where and who can cross not where, and what does that have to do with borders? So the original piece that I wrote about this was published in International Political Sociology, I think about a decade ago, actually. And I was kind of trying to think the ways in which theories of IR could be rethought if these concepts, which kind of have a lot of different applications, but probably what they have in common is that they move beyond dichotomization. And so to me, like intellectually, one of the questions was, and Cindy Weber says this much better than me. She says she uses Roland Barthes to talk about both and neither nor, and like the condition of not being in the binary and being in the binary all at the same time. At the time, the way I could articulate it was that global politics was being theorized by kind of the white Western global North in these stark dichotomies that left absolutely no room for anything in between. And so to me, I thought that the appeal of the theorizing related to trans bodies was that it was in and only in the in-between and the both and the neither nor. And that those concepts were really interesting and exciting to me. Simultaneously, at the same time, I got interested in what was this strange treatment of trans bodies during the quote unquote war on terror as security threats, especially in airports, but also more generally. So at the time, and this was also about a decade ago, there was actually a UN special rapporteur report about how like airports around the world picked on trans people as quote unquote terrorism threats when there was like absolutely no evidence that that would be a thing. And in fact, evidence to the contrary, that if you're trying to find some statistical way to discover who might be a terrorist and who might not be a terrorist, spoiler alert, being trans makes you less likely to be a terrorist. I'm not really sure why that matters or how it matters, but I got interested in the way that airports especially were securitizing trans bodies. Particularly, there was a lot of kind of statistical work about this. There was a lot of testimonial work about this, where people who tried to go through airports and had some sort of non-traditional quote unquote gender presentation struggled a lot. I basically live on an airplane and I see this a lot. I still see it a lot, but I saw it a lot more then, where airport security will literally single people out simply because of gender presentation. I've seen a lot of belittling about it. And very often that belittling is securitized and where somebody's detained or something like that. And there's also a lot of assumptions about who counts as gender non-binary. So for me, one time, and I wrote about this in a book a while ago, I was on a flight from Johannesburg to Atlanta, and I had a fairly long layover in Atlanta airport. And I happened to be in the customs line behind someone whose identification said that they were a man and was dressed as a woman. And I listened to this Customs and Border Patrol person treat them horribly, like make fun about, said something like, well, you must be a really ugly man, or something like that, which was awful and unprofessional. And the conversation went on for about 10 minutes directly in front of me, after which they kind of put this person to the side and brought them into a secure room. So what I did is I took my little piece of paper form, because it was back in the day when there were little pieces of paper forms that you cross borders with. And I erased the check in the female box and put it in the male box, because I figured I had a long layover and I was really mad at this person. And so I gave it to the person, who then picked up a pencil eraser, erased the check in the male box and put it back in the female box. And I said, no, I did that on purpose. And she looks at me and says, don't worry, everybody can tell you're a woman, if not a particularly attractive one. And I thought, and I said, no, I intended to identify as a man. And so she just puts the form away and tells me to go. And then when I didn't go, she had security escort me out of the area into the luggage place and set me free. So like I was intentionally trying to have the same treatment that like a gender non-binary person would have in any given situation. And I caused enough of a disturbance to have security get me. But what they did was get me and push me out to where I couldn't bother them anymore because I was so clearly not a threat. And so those two things interested me at the same time. The theoretical concepts from queer and trans theory that I thought would be great for IR, and then this violent kind of presentation towards trans and gender non-binary bodies in security assemblages. So that's kind of where I started thinking about what it might mean to quote transgender IR, a phrase that I'm not entirely sure I would use if I were rewriting that article now. But where I got from that, and maybe this is best for kind of our conversation, because you all are the next generation of thinkers about this, whose job it will be to critique my approaches and things like that, and move them forward. So I've kind of figured out two problems with both my interest and my approach. And so I'll tell you a little bit about that and how it plays into my current work. One problem is that my initial interest in the concepts of queer and trans theory had nothing to do with queer and trans bodies or people or their rights or their feelings. It had to do with, well, people took these concepts when they were thinking about these things, and I think these concepts are cool for other things, so I might as well appropriate them and use them for the other things that I think that they're interesting for. And I think that the reason that that's problematic is because it doesn't give due credit to the experiences, and I think that I'd like to say the pain and violence that cause those concepts to be theorized in the literature, in queer theory and queer studies and LGBTQ studies. So like when I go back and read some of my early work about transgendering IR, I think there's a lot of kind of appropriation in it. And I don't mean not citing things, because I cited all the things, but I do mean that I kind of said, all right, well, here's these things you all thought about with all of this context. Let's shed the context and then go do the thing I want to with the concept. And I'm not sure, I find that to be problematic, both because I think maybe concepts are richer when they're used with all of the things that helped build them. And I also think that I'm not 100% sure that I want to think that it's okay ever to dissociate from thinking about the lived experience of the people that scholars in global politics study. So at the time, I was much more willing to accept abstraction than I think I am now. And this is a debate that you'll see a lot in IR generally and in gender and IR specifically about the theory practice line and what moral responsibility we have to pay attention to practice and to pay attention to kind of how people live and experience life and things like that. So that's the first problem I kind of have with this initial approach of cool concepts, let me play with them. And the second problem I think I have is that when I was looking at this hyper visibility of trans bodies in security assemblages, I didn't pay adequate attention to the racialization of it. So that is, I acknowledge that there's some racialization in it, but kind of as a footnote, because I was more interested in the gendering and sexualization and the intersection between gendering and sexualization at the time. But the truth is that the thing I was studying would not have even been possible without racialized representations of the ways in which quote unquote non-traditional gender presentations were a threat, right? So like anytime you would say, why does there have to be a male or female box when you get on an airplane? And why do you have to have one sex or gender? You'd get this like completely preposterous story about how the terrorist The biggest threat of the terrorist is dressing in non-traditional gender clothes so they can sneak past this and that. So the racialized presentation of gender nonconformity was the basis for abusing gender nonconforming people across racial identifications, right? But like, you can't understand the idea without understanding racialized and colonial constructs that make that possible, particularly in terms of kind of what I've come to think of now as a necropolitical view of the imagined body of this like terrorist threat that is not actually a thing, right? So to me, those are kind of the two places where I think it was great to start exploring this stuff, but had I both been more deeply situated in the queer and trans studies literature at the time, and had I had a stronger connection to the decolonial literature, then the pieces I wrote then would have been more complicated. And I think that that's one of the things that's really great about some of the other queer and trans based work in IR, particularly Cindy Weber's book on Cuba called Faking It. It was written in the late 1990s. I think is a fairly awesome kind of presentation that doesn't have any of the problems that I had 20 years later. So that's awesome on me. But so when I start thinking about then what it means to think about queer and trans views and what it would mean to transgender IR, now I have a couple of kind of views and projects that I've been playing with a little bit. The first is I've come to be convinced that you can't change the substance of what you're thinking about without changing both the methods and the goals. So one of the things that thinking about trans persons and thinking about queer persons has made me think a lot about is that there's still basically one way to dress up IR scholarship. And that one way to dress up IR scholarship is heteronormative, not only in substance, but also in presentation. And like, I'm being a little unfair to the field, right? Because there's some work in visual politics. There's a lot of people who have started integrating art and IR. There's a lot of people who've been doing creative writing. So when I say there's only one way, I don't actually mean there's only one way. I mean there's a dominant way. And that dominant way is basically the same as it was 40 years ago. And it's basically the same as it was when IR was much more parochial in terms of location. And so in some sense, something Cynthia Enloe said about women really stuck with me, which is you can't just like, the institutions don't change because you recognize that different people are in them, right? The institutions only change when you recognize that you have to change the thinking that led to their exclusion to begin with. And I think that IR is doing an okay job of that when we talk about women, and like a less good job, like a less okay job of that when we talk about people from outside of the areas in which we used to credit IR scholars. But I think it's still doing an even worse job of it in terms of like thinking about what substantively would change if we really kind of thought about the fact that in IR and in global politics, there are gender non-binary people and things, and they're prevalent and they matter. So methodologically, I think that it would behoove us to think more about how to present IR scholarship in ways that feel more comfortable and more natural as queer and trans presentations. So that's one thing that I'm interested in. Another thing that I'm interested in is that at some point in queer theory, there's kind of this debate about at what point are you going to stop trying to pay attention to the people who would write any theory and any approach completely neglecting gender diversity and just talk to the people who want to think about the world as it actually is, right? And I think that this is an interesting debate in IR, because I think that the more I listen to mainstream quote unquote IR people talk about sexed bodies, the more scared I am that it's getting worse and not better. So I was on a panel about 5 years ago, and there was a mainstream security scholar gentleman, that's a nice way to, who, when asked to give comments on the relationship between gender and security, starts out his comments by smiling and saying that he likes sex and doesn't like gender, which dirty jokes always play, right? But in his comments, he was talking about how the reason women shouldn't be fighter pilots is that girl bodies don't fit into fighter pilot cockpits. And I sat there and I thought, okay, so like maybe I can imagine somebody in a military with an airplane trying to fit human bodies into it or something like that, like uttering a phrase like that in an unreflected way. But I can't imagine, or maybe somebody might have said that, 50 years ago or something like that, right? But like, to me, I was kind of struck by how regular and how irregular that is at the same time. That is, the overwhelming majority of scholars in the field in which I live and work think that there are only boys and girls in the world, and think that everybody falls into one of those two categories. And if they acknowledge the idea of trans people at all, it's socially, not politically. And then you end up with stories about sex in IR that are about girl bodies and boy bodies and how they're static and they do different things. Which is, to me, I think 20 years ago, I was determined to argue each of those people out of their positions one by one. So, if that's more, somebody should do that, definitely. I'm just tired of it. And I think that one of the things that's really important in thinking about what an IR that cares about the lived experiences of people who don't fit into a preconceived gender matrix view is like what it means to do self-care in dissociating from people whose very approaches do violence to the thing that you are living and dealing with. And I guess that's my third kind of new thought and approach, which is I've come overall to see doing international relations and studying international relations and being in the world as all things that necessarily include doing some violence. So I've come to kind of think, it started with reading the epistemic violence literature, and then maybe I just got carried away. But I've come to think that it's not a question of how do I do nonviolent scholarship, because I don't think there's a such thing. It's almost like, how do you meet the perfect critique or something like that, right? So to me, it's a question of, in which direction is my violence going? How does that interact with the other violences that are occurring and are around? And what does that mean for how I think about sex, gender, sexuality, and their intersections with race? So to me, that's kind of where I want to be right now. I'm thinking about queer and trans theory and feminist IR specifically and IR more generally is who is being excluded? How do those exclusions substantively matter? And when I say who is being excluded, I mean, who am I excluding? Right? Because no matter how inclusive the thing you write is, no matter whose views you try to represent first, no matter how you do it, you're going to be doing violence towards somebody or something. And in a kind of cynical sense, hope it's towards the people who, there's more normative good in doing it than not, or something like that, right? But like, I think taking individual responsibility for violence and also recognizing the level of violence that exists in the world, and especially the level of violence that exists in the world of transphobic and homophobic violence, is really kind of an important way to think about going forward and thinking about transgendering, queering, rethinking, rewriting IR. That said, and I'll kind of close on this point so that we can have some time for questions and answers and stuff. I think one of the hardest parts about teaching IR is figuring out how to balance what I think I want to tell students about global politics and the stuff that normal textbooks have. So I got this great idea about 10 years ago to write an IR textbook that starts at post-structuralism and like then it explains the discipline from there. And I was worried, I wrote a draft of it, and I was worried that students would hate it because they would hate trying to figure out what post-structuralism is and how it works for international relations. And it turns out the students hated the book, but not for that reason. The reason that they hated the book is because after they believed they were being taught things that were already clearly false, because they had the critique before they had like the mainstream of the field, right? So they're like, if you taught us all this interesting decolonial post-structural stuff, where is realism and why do I care? Like, why did I have to read about it at all? To which I some days agree. But to me, it's interesting because like, I still don't think I found the balance of how to teach IR, from a feminist queer perspective, and also teach what many people think is IR. And I don't think I totally know how to teach it together. So my punchline is I have these tidbits and views about how I would change both my scholarship and thinking about the field, but I don't have what would a decolonial, queer, trans-friendly intro IR syllabus look like. And not for lack of trying, because I've been doing it poorly for about 15 years. But I'm hoping, the next time I get it right or something like that. So if you guys have any feedback about that, then that would be awesome. But I'm gonna kind of shut up now and be willing to take questions either about what I said or about anything else you want to ask about, which is perfectly fine too.
Okay, then, well, thank you very much for this introduction on your work and the development of it. I think it's very, very interesting how, like, you put it in the table. Like, we need to restructure it. We need to change the way we think and the way we also, well, you as scholars, as academics, to teach the international relations. So, well, now for the Q&A session, everyone that has a question, please raise your hand, and I'll give you the word in order to make a question to the doctor. And if not, you can either send your question to the chat in English or Spanish. And if it is in Spanish, I will translate it. So the floor is open for everyone that has a question. Well, meanwhile, someone formulates a question. I do have one of my own, if you don't mind, Doctor. And it's regarding the first thing you said on how there's like this concept, the concepts of international relations are hyper academicized. So I think that it's necessary, as you said, to make all these concepts more approachable and also more representing of the people's experiences, especially when talking about trans bodies or queer bodies. Like how can we really approach like those concepts in a way that can be really representative in the field? Because as you may know, and all the people here know, there's a lot of institutional violence, and the IR are a normative violent discipline because of its hegemonic colonial heteropatriarchal views. So how do you think we can make those concepts more approachable for those studying it and more representative in the first way?
Okay, so before I answer the question, I'm deeply sorry about the whole not speaking Spanish thing. I find it to be both a personal and political failing, and I'm very apologetic for that. So please, like, if you need stuff translated and stuff, I'm really sorry I can't answer in Spanish, but I'm happy to answer and see what I can do to be helpful. So very apologetic about that. Okay, to the question, I think that I am of two minds about this. So one mind is the radical mind that every time I try to represent the experiences of literally more than one human, like I might be doing more violence than is worth, right? Or even one human that is not me, or one human that's me on a different day. I don't know, right? So like part of me thinks that these kind of generalizations are themselves the fundamental problem. And then I'm going to go hide in a nihilist hole. And I think if I didn't fundamentally believe that, I wouldn't be an academic, because if I didn't fundamentally believe that, then I would be going to do the things in the world that I suggest doing, instead of just writing about them, right? And I think my inner nihilist is what stops that from being a thing. But like as a more serious and more useful answer, I think one of the things that both feminist and queer theory teach us is that you can't construct the concept from the top down, right? You can't like take somebody from outside of the like thing that you're studying or the place that you're studying and be like, oh, this is my idea and this is what it means. I think to me, you have to listen to the people who are going to inform the study as to what the concepts in it might mean. And I think I got this one time. So I was asked one time to do some work for UN Women back when it was UNIFEM. And they were interested in making a correlation between gender inequality and violence against women. And I kept trying to explain to them that the two are so intimately interrelated that a statistician would call the relationship endogenous. But they wanted graphs and charts, so I made them graphs and charts, and it was out of survey data. And so in this survey, there were two questions back to back. One was, have you ever been the victim of rape or sexual violence? And the next one was, has your husband ever forced you to have sex with him? And so in many countries in the world, the answer to the second question got more people than the answer to the first question, because those people didn't believe marital rape was rape, right? And in many places in the world, the answer to the first question got significantly more responses than the answer to the second question. And that showed a fundamental disagreement on the meaning of the concepts. That if you didn't take into account, you would compare the responses to these questions in different countries where they're reading them completely differently. And to me, I think that's one of the things that's really important, is to go see the people you actually want to listen to and see how they're reading what you're asking and how they're thinking about the ideas. And to me, that's the only way to make these ideas more relatable, because otherwise you may be using the same words, but people, even people who aren't that far apart or aren't that different culturally, may be reading them completely differently. So to me, that's pretty important. And that's not a great answer to your question, but that's, to me, the first step is like, I should stop defining things and I should start asking the people whose definitions I'm interested in what they mean.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now I give the floor to Maria Fernanda González Rivera.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us some time, Doctor. My question is quite related to what Tadeo asked us, and well, you actually kind of answered it in a way, I suppose. But how would you structure like an IR studying program so as to include a more kind of inclusive way, specifically towards the LGBTQ community? How can we include these kind of topics, I suppose, and how can we start making more target related studying programs in IR so that we can learn and change more the way we do foreign policy?
I mean, I think that there has to be a range of different activisms, right? Because like, so for some, in some sense, like the ways that I keep feeling about IR, which are quite privileged and obnoxious, but are true nonetheless, are like so radically detached from it that when you ask me a question like, how would you change US foreign policy to X country? I have ideas, but they're not particularly productive, right? So like one of the things I've written a lot about is US foreign policy towards Iraq, right? And how would I change US foreign policy towards Iraq? I would apologize for 30 years of god-awful behavior and pay massive amounts of reparations. And that would kind of just be the start, right? And that is, of course, not a thing US foreign policy towards Iraq will ever do. That said, if I don't say that, there's not like a political spectrum. And then the people who say, you know, don't invade them again, look like what, the radical left, which kind of seems a little bit scary, right? So to me, there has to be a radical argument for the restructuring of the study of IR and the action of global politics alongside institutionalist and incrementalist views of change, right? Alongside the people who try to move it a tiny bit each time and try to convince people and things like that. And I think like, I don't want to say those approaches need to work together because that's theoretically and actually fairly impossible. But like, so what if, you know, one starts teaching IR more frequently, say not as a history of dead white men thinking. And so I think that that's something that like might be worth thinking about, is like how you combine radical rejection of hierarchies and also trying to navigate them. Because I think that there are IR scholars that are good at both, but I don't necessarily think that there are IR scholars who are great at both at the same time, or there are fewer of them than there should be. That said, like, you know, if you think about like what's the most important thing to do to change the ways that foreign policies and state governments work as regards to queer and trans persons. So to me, I think that that's a hard question to answer, but I have two answers, which may be contradictory. The one is that I think that the violence of pinkwashing is probably one of the most under-recognized terrible violences in global politics, right? Like, my country is better than your country because we treat our queers better than you treat your queers, is a special sort of exceptionalism that's violent towards other countries and queers and gender and sexuality. And I can't imagine a world that is queer friendly by making interstate competition through queer friendliness. So that to me is pretty high on the pet peeve list. The other thing that I think is a deep problem is that it's really important to think about the freedoms and abilities and stopping persecution and stopping discrimination against queer people, against trans people, against women. But the extent to which that's often people try to do it with a very kind of old school Western notion of what rights might be and what people want, I think is deeply problematic, right? So to me, you have this double problem of, you have X state that does significant violence towards the gender non-binary population, which is awful. And then you have the response to it being, all queer people want this, so give it to them. And I think that like political dialogue is this infinite regress of terrible violence. So like both recognizing that there are terribly violent things that happen to gender non-binary people, and also recognizing that often LGBTQ rights discourses flatten queer and non-binary people into kind of one thing with one group of needs. Like that's a scary combination, right? And I don't know, maybe my inner nihilist is out more today than usual, but that I think is really important to try and fix. So like advocating for an end to oppression of gender non-binary people without then also simultaneously deciding what they need and want.
Okay, perfect, doctor. Now, is there any other person who wants to make a question? Okay, Marysia, do you have the word?
Thank you, Tadeo, and thank you so much, Dr. Laura. I have one question. As we know, there is a huge discrimination in the feminist community or LGBT community to trans people. So what can we do to deal with this? What would be the alternatives to not eradicate this, but just deal, because it's a hard task, I think. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. I mean, part of me thinks I cannot believe we're still having this conversation. I mean, especially since like I recently moved to the UK, and like for some reason it's the explicit discourse is significantly worse there than it was where I lived before. To me, the fact that there's still people using words like distinguishing real women or something like that, and they're using it in politics, in academic institutions towards undergraduate students, I have no idea how that like anybody thinks that behavior might still be okay, right? But then like so many people think that behavior might still be okay. To me, I think partly it shows the scary robustness of gender dichotomies and like across cultural situations, right? And like the more you break it down to individual people, the more they like kind of get stubborn about it in scary ways, right? So to me, like part of it is like, I think that there's a stronger stand to be taken in the feminist community, right? TERF feminism isn't feminism. It shouldn't count. You don't get to call yourself a feminist and do violence towards queer, non-binary, and trans women. It's just not a thing, right? And I think there are a lot of people who are kind of afraid to kick people out of feminism, for lack of a better way to say things, right? But you know, to me, racist feminism isn't feminism, TERF feminism isn't feminism, and like somebody's got to say that, right? Like, and somebody's got to keep saying that until it makes a lot of sense. But like, to me, if there's anything I've gotten pushback in my career, it's been saying that explicitly, right? Like I have several times and in several situations suggested that the Sex and World Peace Project and the Women's Stats Project that goes with it is explicitly racist. And I think it's important to say that. But I also think that like, there are a lot of people who are like, no, just let feminism look coherent from the outside and we can have these debates inside, right? And I think that there's a lot of that going on with the increasing kind of transphobic vocabulary in feminism. I'm like, no, you know, like, I think you don't get to be inside and behave like that. And I think that that's something that, at least to me, is a first step. But I also think it's naive, however unfortunate, to think of feminism and even to think of queer spaces as safe spaces outside of a gender binary. And that sucks, but it's also true, right? And like, so I think that that's an important thing to recognize and an important thing to change. But I also think that while it hasn't changed, it's important to think of other places that might be safe spaces.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Perfect. Is there anyone with another question to make to Dr. Sjoberg? Sara Vanegas?
All right, can you listen to me? Yeah, okay. Hi, doctor. I was wondering, how can we as students approach to decolonization from transgendering theory?
Good question. Good question. That might be your job and not mine, a little bit, right? So like, I mean, and I say that partly joking, but I'm going to take a little aside and say, like, I think one of the only ways that IR changes is if students of IR start considering themselves scholars of IR as your students, instead of like, I must get indoctrinated into all of these things that are 100 years old and dead people's ghosts, and then I can talk, right? So to me, that's part of it. I think that there are a couple of things that might be worth thinking about, right? I think first, there are so many different lessons on the history and variety of gender presentations in the world to be had from thinking about IR from a decolonial lens. That is, it's really not just like the verbiage I use about queer and trans bodies, right? The gender non-binary world is so much more diverse than that. And a lot of that comes from outside of the white Western world, right? In fact, almost all of it does. And so to me, that's a really interesting thing that I think I should have thought more about. And I think it's great that some people are, but not enough yet, which is the word trans is itself kind of a catch-all, right? And the diversity among that has a lot of elements that could teach us about gender in addition to about global politics. So researching gender presentations in a more inclusive way, I think is is one thing that's really important. And I think another thing that's really important is I've read a lot of great decolonial scholarship. Okay, so like when I was in grad school 20 years ago, and Tickner would say, you know, like there's all this critical IR stuff, and they assume they don't have to talk about gender because like they assume they're enlightened enough that they're past it, right? Or whatever. And so like to me, I've read 4 or 5 times in the last year the Akil Mbembe's Necropolitics book. And I spend half of my time fascinated because everything in it is exactly what I wanted to say about the world. And half of my time so angry that the presentation of gender is so awful. Right. So like a dialogue between decolonial views on gender and decolonial work more generally, to me, would be fascinating. And there are people who've been trying to do that work for a really long time and had some success at it. At the late Gita Chowdhury, Sheila Nair, and Agatha Angelou, the late Lily Ling, in addition to all sorts of things that aren't written in English and are probably very awesome that I don't really have particular access to. So to me, it would be great to continue to see kind of a decolonial gender critical literature develop, and also communication across that literature in different languages and in different places, which is something that like the world keeps getting easier to move across and communicate across, but not in a way that the publication barrier and the language barrier have really been transcended.
Okay, so thank you very much, Doctor. I think because of the timing, we will end the Q&A session here. But I want to thank you very much in the name of the Faculty of Law and Social Sciences of the Autonomous University of Puebla and the coordination of the degree of International Relations of the university, and of course, of our student-led group for your amazing conference. I think it's very enlightening to talk about this kind of issues, which are not usually talked about. As well, I wanted to invite you, actually, Dr. Tickner rescheduled her intervention, so you might be able to see her. She will pass after the conference of Dr. Catherine Eschle. So in 1 hour more, she will be giving her conference today, if you want to join us.
I will make an attempt. I have to give a talk to a class at the University of Iowa, but if it doesn't last too long, I'll come back.
Perfect. So thank you very much, Doctor.
Well, thank you for having me very much, and feel free to email or follow up or anything like that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have an amazing day. Perfecto, muchas gracias a todos los que estuvieron en la conferencia, espero que haya sido de su agrado. En breve, en cuanto se conecte la doctora Catherine Eschle, vamos a seguir con la siguiente presentación en turno, y después de eso, no está en la agenda, pero tras terminar va a ser la intervención la doctora J.Ann Tickner, de acuerdo a lo establecido. Entonces, espero que continúen dentro de la sala para lo mismo. Muchas gracias. Hi, doctor, can you hear me? Okay.
Can you just hold on 2 seconds? I'm having issues with my headphones. I'll just try and reconnect. Just bear with me.
Don't worry.
Can you say something again, Tadeo?
Okay, perfect. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Got you now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for being here, Doctor, in the Gender and International Relations online conference. As you know, it's a student-led program in order to invite a lot of academics and speakers regarding international relations theory, because, well, as I told you in the invitation letter, we consider that it's quietly underrepresented in our study plan. So thank you very much for being here. And if you don't mind, I will make a brief introduction of you and your work for everyone that is in context here. So I will initiate. Dr. Catherine Eschle attended the University of Bristol, where she received her Bachelor of Science in 1993. She continued her educational journey, which eventually led her to obtaining a Master of Science from the London School of Economics and Political Science in 1995. Finally, earned a doctorate of philosophy in social and political thought from the University of Sussex in 1999. Currently, Dr. Eschle teaches at the University of Strathclyde, where she is a senior lecturer in the School of Government and Public Policy and directs the honors program of Politics and International Relations at the university. Also teaches various master's level classes at the school, focusing on topics such as feminism, international relations, and gender studies, as well as the director of the first year undergraduate studies at the university. In addition to her work at the University of Strathclyde, Dr. Eschle gives lectures at Alpen Adria Universität Klagenfurt in Austria, where she focuses on social movements and theories in gender studies. So thank you very much for being here today, Doctor, and I give you the floor.
Okay, I have some slides, so if you just bear with me, I will share the screen and get them up. Just some very simple images to help illustrate my talk.
Yes, I'll give you permission in a second. Or do you have it? Oh, do you have it?
Slideshow from beginning. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. But first, yeah, so these aren't very complicated slides. They're just some images to illustrate some of the points I want to make. So hello to everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I'm so honored to be invited in such illustrious company. When I saw who else you have speaking to you, I'm very jealous. I wish I'd seen speakers like that when I was an undergraduate student. Yeah, things wouldn't have done. So I'm going to talk to you about my work on feminism and global nuclear politics, which I've been working on for a while, on and off, as well as some other things, but it's increasingly becoming my main focus. And I'm going to preface my talk, which I hope will last about half an hour, Tadeo, but you can just please do stop me if I go on too long. I'm going to preface my talk with a few personal comments. Sorry, I'll have to excuse as well. I have some background noise because it's evening time here, so there's family things happening behind that door, which is appropriate. So a few personal comments just to situate my own interest before I'm then going to sort of slide into how nuclear politics have been discussed thus far in feminist IR and its limitations. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about my recent work with what we call as a shorthand, the FemNukes Research Network, which is very ugly terminology, but yeah, so I'll be talking about that in particular. So just a little bit of personal contextualization. So I'm based at the University of Strathclyde, which is just a few miles from the Faslane Naval Base, where just outside, 6 miles outside Glasgow. And the Faslane Naval Base, or Her Majesty's Naval Base Clyde, is where the UK houses its nuclear weapons in the form of its Trident nuclear submarine fleet. And ever since I've been here in Scotland for the last 20 years, I've been very interested in what goes on behind those barbed wire fences. And I've been very personally involved in the Scottish anti-nuclear movement, which remains a relatively active one, in part because the current Scottish government is avowedly anti-nuclear, and the sighting of nuclear weapons on Scottish land is seen as a kind of semi-colonial imposition by the UK state by many Scots opposed to nuclear weapons. But in fact, my interest in and concern about, and just there's also a picture there of the fact, just to illustrate the duration of anti-nuclear feeling in Scotland, there's been an anti-nuclear camp next to the base since 1982, which is the longest running permanent peace camp in the world. But my interest in and concern about nuclear politics predates living here in Scotland and has roots in, I guess, what I would now call my Cold War childhood in England. And my parents were very active in the anti-nuclear peace movement that remobilized in the UK and in other places in the US and across Europe in the 1980s. As part of this, as an 11 or 12-year-old, I was taken to Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp. And I've put some images of that camp here for you to see. It looks like, centuries old, but this is the 1980s. So Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp protested the cruise missiles which were situated at a US military base at Greenham Common, and the camp was very large and active between 1982 and the early 1990s, and the last camper in fact didn't leave until 2000. And it was the largest, I think you get some sense of the numbers even from those images, it was the largest women's mobilisation in the UK since the suffragettes, with at times between 30 and 50,000 women gathering at the base. So it's a very important event in British, not really an event, a very important movement in British feminism, and also in anti-nuclear activism and iconography of that. And I can see personally, in retrospect, how my parents' involvement in the movement and how my occasional visits to the camp, which I only remember in quite a disjointed way, but nonetheless have made quite an impression on me, and my political and my intellectual interests have been very shaped by these experiences. So now I'm going to move on to talk about feminist international relations and how nuclear politics are talked about there. So you may not be aware that Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp, which I just showed you the images of, also influenced very strongly the first generation of feminist scholars in IR. So, for example, Cynthia Enloe, Christine Sylvester, I don't know if these are names that are familiar to you, but these are sort of trailblazing feminist IR scholars, and they've both written about how it helped them to see how Greenham Common helped these women to see how women could have views about and be active participants in global politics. And more generally, I think it's fair to say that Greenham shaped a generation of scholars, including feminists who entered peace studies in the 1980s as well as into IR. But the most influential feminist piece on nuclear politics from this early time period is Carol Cohn's Sex and Death in the Rational World of Defence Intellectuals, which remains one of the best titles of an article ever, probably. But what's kind of slightly weird is that this remains the go-to publication. This is when people talk about feminism and nuclear politics in IR, this is who they cite. So I don't know if this would be an article that you're likely to have read, but it is absolutely brilliant. So I strongly recommend that you read it. Cohn was actually an anthropologist at the time, but she's been kind of co-opted into feminist IR. And this piece really does an amazing job of unpacking the gendered language, through which US think tank individuals and military personnel of the time talked about nuclear weapons. So most crudely, they talk about nuclear weapons as phallic objects associated with male sexual prowess. And more subtly, they treat nuclear weapons as kind of domesticated objects or pets or babies under paternal control. Perhaps most insidiously of all, they discuss nuclear weapons in what Carol Cohn calls techno-strategic terms that are freighted with masculine rational values and which render impossible any discussion of the emotional or bodily impact of nuclear weapons, which becomes associated with the feminine. So this really is a great piece. But since then, and with the end of the Cold War and the demobilization of the kind of large-scale anti-nuclear movements at Greenham Common and elsewhere, there's really been very little attention in feminist IR to the global nuclear order and its discontents, which is quite odd, really. For a start, feminist theory has changed a lot since Carol Cohn wrote her piece. We've seen the rise of intersectionality, theories of hegemonic masculinity, queer theory, post-structuralist approaches to discourse, lots of interesting developments, which I think we should consider in relation to global nuclear politics and what how we might be able to think about nuclear politics differently. And in addition, of course, empirically speaking, nuclear weapons did not disappear with the end of the Cold War, far from it. So this next slide could be subtitled, I love Carol Cohn, but her 1987 piece is not all there is to say about the global nuclear order from a feminist perspective. Because as I tried to rather clumsily show with some of these images, the question of the global nuclear order and how it's sustained and how it's resisted really has been a very important topic at various points. So this, I don't know if you can see the pointer when I'm moving it, but this top image here is of a nuclear test by the French government at the Mururoa Atoll in the Pacific in 1971. And of course, the French continued nuclear testing in the Pacific, albeit moved underground right up until 1996. You know, literally thousands of bombs have been tested in the Pacific since the Second World War by France, the UK, and the US. And it's really fundamentally shaped the lives, and continues to shape the lives of Pacific peoples. This picture here is of India's nuclear test of 1998. This image here is of one of the frequent nuclear tests from North Korea. And I was trying to find it. I couldn't really find an image that summed this up, but I also wanted to think about how, you know, the US and the tensions between the US and North Korea that have been escalating in recent years, also the tensions between the US and Iran. Here we have a picture of Vladimir Putin, president of USSR, who of course put his nuclear forces on high alert, as I'm sure you're aware, in the context of the current invasion of Ukraine. I've also included here in this bottom right corner here, whoa, I'm not sure what happened there. What happened there? Did I just move the image? There we go. Apologies. So this is an image of, that's Chernobyl nuclear power plant. I was trying to find one of Fukushima as well, but I couldn't find one that I could copy over it easily enough. So basically, although most of my work has been on nuclear, on nuclear weapons, nuclear power actually has an umbilical relationship to the global nuclear order through the stalled non-proliferation regime, where states are supposed to gain a benefit from refusing to adopt nuclear weapons themselves by gaining peaceful access to nuclear power, and also some of the byproducts of the nuclear power process are used in the manufacturing of nuclear weapons. Plus, of course, the Fukushima and Chernobyl are sites of infamous nuclear disasters, and the Russian temporary takeover of the Chernobyl site recently showed how they can be weaponized in conflict situations. So feminist IR, I think, can help us make sense of all of these things and more by exposing their gender dimensions and refracting these through perhaps some of the more recent conceptual developments in feminist thought that I touched on earlier. So, for example, we might want to think about how hegemonic masculinity has shaped the individual identities of Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin. And this piece is a recent op-ed by Carol Cohn on Trump's grandstanding in respect to the North Korean nuclear tests. This piece here is by Luba Zatsapina. This is her PhD that she just submitted at Edinburgh University, and which looks at, which basically gives some background to kind of Putin's model of behavior and how it might be connected to patterns in Soviet nuclear elites. What else have I got here? Oh, this, we might also want to think about how with Runa Das, the author of this piece on nation, gender and representations of insecurity in Indian politics, Runa Das argues that post-colonial states like India experience feminized and racialized subordination in the international system, and how obtaining nuclear capacity can be seen as in part an assertion of manliness and of civilization. Or we might consider how the changing ways in which the British nuclear state has discursively constructed its identity, which is what I try and do in this blog post that I wrote recently with a friend of mine, Claire Duncanson. So basically, feminist IR scholars need to acknowledge and think about how feminists as well have contributed to opposition to the global nuclear order since Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp, which tends to be the only thing that people ever talk about. So yeah, this slide could perhaps be subtitled, "I love Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp, but it's not the only example of feminist anti-nuclear activism that's important in international politics." So I've been working on this for a while. I've done a discourse analysis of post-Cold War texts written by prominent British and Australian anti-nuclear campaigners. And I've also tried to look at the varying influence of feminism on the mixed peace camp at Faslane nuclear base that I showed you the picture of earlier. Currently, I'm researching a British-based solidarity network which came out of Greenham Common and which was active from the early 1980s right through to the late 1990s, called Women Working for a Nuclear-Free and Independent Pacific. And I'm also interested in the revival of international anti-nuclear campaigning in the form of ICAN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which was part of the humanitarian initiative, which culminated in the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which was finally entered into force in January 2021. And there's an excellent book by Ray Aitchison, who was one of the key was involved in one of the key feminist campaigning groups within ICAN. Her book is called Banning the Bomb, Smashing the Patriarchy, and it tries to unpack the influence, in part, the influence of feminists on this achievement of the treaty. But so all of those are things that are happening and that could be further developed, but I think there's still a lot more to do to update and deepen feminist research on global nuclear politics in the field of IR. And in the last few years, I've been working with Shine Choi of Massey University, which is in Aotearoa or New Zealand, to build a research network that focuses on two main tasks. So this is getting on to the last part of my talk. I'm nearly done. So yeah, this network, we try and do two main things. The first is to seriously engage with the recent surge of work on the global nuclear order from post-colonial and decolonial perspectives in IR and beyond IR. So it's also interdisciplinary because really, while, you know, it is increasingly trendy to say that we're decolonizing the curriculum, that feminists should take post-colonial perspectives on board. In fact, in the field of this work on global nuclear politics, we feel the work has really only just started, and we need to make connections with people outside of the discipline to do that effectively. The second thing we're trying to do is to see what happens to feminist IR research on global nuclear politics when we center it on the Pacific region rather than on the US or Europe. So we began this work partly because we got funding for a workshop at a conference in Honolulu, which seemed like an opportunity to renew a feminist research agenda in ways that centered perspectives from the Pacific, you know, to make connections with people actually in the region. Unfortunately, COVID put paid to that, as it put paid to so many things. But we've built a community online, basically, that makes links with scholars from Indigenous studies, Pacific studies, and across the humanities, and with work that uses post-colonial frameworks. And for me personally, it's been really revelatory to read about and learn about nuclear colonialism in the Pacific. And this has really helped me make sense of actually the archive that I mentioned earlier of the women working for a nuclear free and independent Pacific. So this map is actually an image from that archive. It was a postcard, I think, originally, that was drawn by the artist Melanie Earle for this British-based network that tried to make connections with and to bring Pacific Islander women over to the UK. Nuclear colonialism is basically one of the key insights of that archive, and within that, in this specific focus literature. And as a concept, it illuminates how the global nuclear order relies in this region on a form of domination, which is pursued both internally within nuclear states as well as externally, and how it relies on the control of territory, still often in quite what we might think of as old-fashioned ways, but sometimes now through kind of dispersed, circumscribed territories in what are otherwise nominally independent countries. So the US, France, and UK, they still own kind of chunks of islands rather than necessarily, and the island may be nominally self-determining and independent, but in fact, these former colonizers still exercise what is in effect a form of colonial control in the region. And I think hopefully you can see some of that from this map, because it shows you basically the French and the US and the UK spheres of influence. I mean, this is old now, from the 1980s, but it hasn't changed as much as you might think. So importantly, one of the other things I've learned through the network is how much colonial control is, in this sense, is underpinned by racist imaginary that positions non-white and especially Indigenous communities as invisible and or as disposable. So this is a kind of reworking of colonial era distinctions between the center and the margin, citizen and subject, civilized and savage. And it's crucial here in the Pacific as to how the global nuclear order is played out, because the literature on this region shows vividly how long-standing racialized depictions of Pacific Islanders and of Asians, actually more generally, have been a key facilitator of the use of nuclear weapons across the region. So we've had testing programs of the US, UK, and France, which have displaced Indigenous communities from their land, as in Bikini, Rongelat, Mururoa. It's also relied on their continual presence at or near test sites in order to assess the ongoing impact of fallout on civilian populations. There is now very clear evidence released from various state archives that show that to be the case. Indeed, there is some evidence that shows that nuclear testing continued after the dropping of bombs via actual medical tests where people are injected with radiation by doctors and monitored for the effect of it. So basically you can't do that unless you consider your research subjects to be not fully human. And there's a very large literature on this phenomenon. As a result, of course, the health, livelihoods, culture, and environment of these communities continue to be eroded today, with impacts transferring across the generations. So what I'm particularly interested in is how these experiences of Indigenous people in the Pacific have been gendered and racialized. So I didn't have time to quite finish my slides, but I'm thinking here of, I'd like to acknowledge authors like Teresia Tiawa, Sylvia Frayne, Anais Morer, so these aren't necessarily people who might be widely referenced in feminist IR, but they show how a stereotyped imagery of the sexuality and bodies of Pacific Islander women have been mobilized in the service of militarism and nuclearism in the region, and functioning to obscure the horrific impact of nuclear weapons on actual women's bodies and lives. And furthermore, they argue that occupation of the region is often justified by invoking a familiar gendered protected dichotomy that's given extra force by a paternalistic understanding of Indigenous people as requiring the care and tutelage of the more civilized. Connectedly, these authors emphasize the important role of matrilineal cultures, subversive cultural representations of and by women, and of women's groups in resistances to nuclear colonialism in the Pacific. And there is a long and honourable tradition of women's involvement in the campaign for nuclear free and independent Pacific, which you can see in the archive that I'm also working on. So these are some of the things I've been thinking about, and which I would argue need to be central to a feminist IR revival of work on global nuclear politics. And I hope you can see that although my own work has been very influenced by Carol Cohn, that what I'm trying to do is get people in the field not to just stop with Carol Cohn, but to also think about the issue more broadly and in more contemporary terms. And as part of that, I think we might want to think more deeply about who gets positioned as an expert on this issue and whose voices we don't hear. So I'm talking to you about this, but I might want to suggest that Pacific Islander academics like Claire Slatter or campaigners like Vanessa Griffin don't get to speak at feminist IR events usually, and there are structural reasons for that we might want to think about, and also why we don't see the work of scholars like Sylvia Frayne or Teresia Tiawa, as a central contributors to feminist IR. And in that spirit, I probably haven't got time to show it to you, but I'm just going to stop that share, and I just want to share something else that you might want to look at after. Where's it gone? Excuse me, I can't find it. Where did it go? Right, let's see if I can see it now. There she is. So I don't know if you can see this. So this is Kathy Jetnell Kitchener, is a Marshall Islander poet. So she's from the Marshall Islands in the Pacific region that has been, is adjacent to nuclear test sites by the US, and which is a heavily militarized area in general, has lots of US military bases on it. And yeah, Kathy Jetnell Kitchener is a very important sort of performance poet. She does these videos, a lot of them around the climate crisis, actually, but she also writes extremely powerfully on nuclear testing and resistance to it in the Pacific region, including this classic poem, Anointed, and there's others, well, I'd really recommend History Lesson 2. So just as a way of trying to give space for other voices that don't usually get heard at feminist IR events. I just, perhaps after that, people could look at that if you have time afterwards. But I don't think I'll show it now because that will take 10 or 15 minutes of our time. So that's me, Tadeo. Back over to you.
You're perfect. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. I think that talking about global nuclear politics from a feminist perspective is very important, and also is, I think, a topic that is not often studied or shared with the academic community in the international relations, especially of us as students who are just getting into know all these theoretical fields and its implications. Therefore, I think we can follow up with a Q&A session. So if anyone has a question, please raise your hand and I will give you the word in order to establish the question. If you want to make a question in the chat, please make it in English, or if you want me to translate it, you can write it in Spanish and I will translate it to the doctor. So it's open for everyone who wants to make a question. And meanwhile, someone formulates a question. If you don't mind, Doctor, I have one of my own. In one of your articles, which is named after the conference, which is Nuclear Global Politics, you talk about the importance of the activism in the Pacific region of the nuclear politics and its feminist approaches. And you talk about how sometimes, as you say now in the conference as well, the North academics, the European North American academics take the voices in some of these activist movements, and they are the ones who are heard instead of, as you say, these scholars of the Pacific who live the experiences there and who have like this direct contact with all the effects that these nuclear global colonialism has. So how do you think we can break that, like, I might say, object-subject structure in which we look up to the voices of Northern global academics and not on the voices? Like, how do you think we can break that wall and actually include those voices in academia?
That's such a good question, Tadeo. And, you know, I sort of gestured at it by ending with that talk and then in the end decided not to play it. I do, in my class on this topic, I do play that video and try and give a bit more space and ask the students to look at other videos as well, and I get them to read some of the sources that I've cited to you. So like one space in which it might be a little bit more possible is perhaps the classroom. Not all classrooms though, I appreciate that. As we know, you know, IR is taught, including in my own institution, and in really such narrow terms still, despite decades of people pushing back against that. If anything, in my experience, it's actually got worse, it's got narrowed. So this really is an uphill battle. It is narrowed in terms of what, partly because of the hegemony of positivist scientific methodology, which makes it very difficult to open up space for politicized research, which is committed to a particular position, which all feminist research is, right, by definition. And certainly the way I, you know, when I talk about nuclear colonialism, that's a normative term that's been given to the phenomenon by its critics. It's not, you know, advocates of so-called nuclear deterrence don't use this language at all, and they don't talk about the kind of process that I'm talking about. So, you know, even finding a shared language is hard. The discipline is becoming increasingly narrow, and there are really strong structural forces which mitigate against the full involvement of people from other parts of the world. I mean, this is why one of the reasons why this is such a great initiative, and one of the things Zoom allows is this kind of thing where we can talk to each other across perhaps divides that we might not necessarily reach. And it's been crucial in the network that I mentioned. So my colleague Shine Choi, who I work with, I've never actually met her. our relationship is entirely online, and because of COVID, we never actually met. But you know, although I was initially pretty devastated in my self-centered way when our workshop couldn't go ahead, in fact, you know, this technology has allowed us still to have kind of connections and research talks and workshops and to work together. And we're working on a special issue with the whole group of people that I think, even if we'd have actually made it to Honolulu and had the workshop, I don't think we'd have managed to involve as many people as we've managed to involve online. So it is possible, but so it's technology allows us to make some connections across these structural barriers. But, you know, trying to get people who didn't have an IR disciplinary, you know, that they weren't in IR departments, the International Studies Association that has initially paid for the workshops wouldn't pay for wouldn't support people from non-IR backgrounds to come to it. So again, it's that they have all this, there's a sort of name checking of we must diversify, but in fact, they don't realize that the very terms of the debate are set in quite narrow ways. Obviously, it's extremely expensive to travel to conferences. Pacific Islanders have to travel huge distances really to get anywhere, and we tend not to go to them. You know, we expect people to go to North America or Europe. So yeah, it's difficult. And also I think what I'm reflecting on more recently in terms of nuclear politics particularly is that there is a bit of a danger of a kind of extractive model here where particularly of Indigenous people's pain, which is still, you know, a lived experience, and we do continually anti-nuclear campaigners and academics continually sort of rely on Indigenous peoples who are affected by nuclear colonialism to continually speak that pain. So yeah, there is a discomfort in that. I think there is a kind of a problematic politics in that we need to look at some more. But at the same time, you know, we want to hear these stories. We want to involve these people. Indigenous groups were very important in ICAN campaign for the abolition treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. So yeah, I think there's no easy answer. It's an ongoing struggle. Oh, some hands have gone up. Hooray.
Thank you very much for your response. Now I give the word to Samantha Ortiz.
Hi, I was wondering how we as students can we start to do, you talk about solidarity network, because, well, at least in Mexico, I think that most of the people doesn't have maybe the knowledge about these kind of problems. So they don't know that they can be part of the solution.
Oh, okay. Shall I come back, Tadjo? You want to take a few questions?
However you feel comfortable. Do you want to recollect all the questions and then answer them, or one?
Well, I can have a go at Samantha's. Thanks for your question, Samantha. I'm not sure I fully understood, but I think, are you asking me how we can help build political solidarity on these issues, given people perhaps in Mexico don't necessarily know about some of these things that I've told you about today? Was that what you were asking me?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, well, I'm really pleased you asked that question, really, because it shows that, I mean, I do find it very hard to keep a kind of neutral academic intellectual tone when I talk about this, because it makes me so angry. Still, I've been reading this stuff for years, and I guess the day that you stop getting angry about it is the day you really need to just work on something else. But I don't know if my audiences always sort of feel that anger themselves, and perhaps your response shows me that that you do. I mean, it's very difficult, and I don't pretend to be an activist. I mean, in some ways that's a kind of activist question. I think I would look for groups that are already active on this issue in Mexico, and I'm sure there's some. And in fact, I was going to share in, hold on, I'll just post the link. Oh, I don't know if I can. I don't know if the chat's open actually. Tajo, I'm going to share it with you, and perhaps you could share it with everyone. There's a recent Center for Feminist Foreign Policy briefing on feminism and global nuclear politics, which had a Mexico case study and which cited several feminist campaigners and diplomats. So some from, it talks about Mexico, South Africa, and one other place, I forget. But yeah, I wanted to share that with you anyway, because it kind of situates Mexican antipathy to nuclear politics and its recent adoption of a feminist foreign policy in the kind of wider global dynamics around nuclear weapons. And it also tries to kind of articulate, and more generally, some of the things that I've been trying to articulate today about how you might have a feminist critique of these. But there are definitely some names and organizations cited in that report which might be useful to you. So I don't know if that would help, but yeah, I don't have the, I'm not sure I'm the person that is going to have the answer to that. Yeah, but it's funny how nuclear weapons come in and out, and nuclear politics come in and out of consciousness. I think since the end of the Cold War in the West, you know, in the UK, it's like they become invisible and people don't see them anymore. In Scotland, we see them because there's a very particular kind of local politics here around independence and nuclear weapons. But in England, it's you know, it's very difficult to maintain a kind of oppositional position to nuclear weapons, particularly because all the main political parties support them. So yeah, it's an uphill task. But the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is, you know, a major breakthrough, and I think is a tool that groups can use to try and get leverage on their governments.
Perfect, thank you. Now I'll give the word to Yamit Casal.
Hi, Dr. Catherine, thank you so much for being with us. And I have a question. One day I was reading about that women should lead the fight for the environment because they have some ideal and biological and ideological factors for lead that fight. And when you were talking about of the fact that this masculinity reflected of some political actors as Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin of using nuclear weapons according to this toxic masculinity, I was wondering, and this is my question, do you think that women should lead this fight for avoid future nuclear war, or even for lead this nuclear global politics?
That's a great question, Jamid. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so there's several things I want to say here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to say it. So one is that there's long been a bit of an issue with, in nuclear politics, peace politics more generally, and also in environmental politics, with kind of essentialist understandings of gender. So there have been assumptions amongst, you know, critics of peace movements as well as advocates of peace, that women are somehow naturally more peaceable, usually because of their maternal role. That's where the assumption usually comes from. So there can be this assumption that women are naturally more peaceful and men are naturally more warlike and more likely to support nuclear weapons. So you can get an argument for women's peace activism or women's leadership in peace from a kind of biologically essentialist point of view. Now, I would argue that that is problematic. Like, lots of feminists are quite uneasy with that kind of line of argument, because it's a kind of non-feminist understanding of how sex and gender work, that they're kind of biologically rooted and they can't be changed. And the danger is, from a feminist perspective, that if you assume women are naturally like this and men are naturally like that, that you tie people into traditional roles. So even if you give them leadership in the peace movement, you might be expecting them to be mothers, or and to mother in particular ways. So what I would say is that historically, women have been very active in peace movements, in a whole range of peace movements, including anti-nuclear movements. So, but I would argue that comes less from biology than from social and political circumstances and cultural norms as well. So it's not that we need women to lead it. They are already leading it, and they have already been leading the anti-nuclear struggle in many contexts, for a whole variety of social and contextual reasons. What I would be hesitant to do is to assume that that was somehow natural. What I would be interested to know is, looking at that specific context, why women are mobilized there, and perhaps how we can encourage more men to get involved as well. Which brings me secondly to the issue of masculinity. She was saying about toxic masculinity, which I think we could call it that, of, for example, Putin in the current Ukrainian crisis. I think there's no doubt a lot of feminist IR scholars and more general commentators have drawn attention to, the very particular masculine symbolism that Putin uses and is attracted to, and the kind of view of himself that he clearly wants to put forward draws on a lot of masculine imagery and values. Same with Trump. There's a lot of analysis of masculinity in nuclear weapons. I guess what remains an open question is, whether the issue is men or whether the issue is masculinity. So I would be interested in looking at how particular kinds of men in particular kinds of circumstances are attracted to and might perpetuate certain forms of masculinity, again, rather than assuming it's a kind of natural, eternal phenomenon. And one way I've done that actually in my own work is to try and think about how nuclear masculinities actually shift over time and space. So the rhetoric around masculinity in nuclear weapons is different in India than it is in the UK. And it's different in the UK now from what it was under Tony Blair than what it was from previous governments before that. So I've tried to use theories of hegemonic masculinities and how they shift over time, and how they can be contested and new masculinities come to the fore. I think those kinds of theories can be useful for thinking about the relationship between masculinity and nuclear weapons.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your response. Is there any other question you want to share with Dr. Catherine Eschle? I think Maria Fernanda wanted to.
Yeah, there was another hand up somewhere. Where's it gone?
I have a question. Well, more like, I wanted to ask you if you could give, you mentioned many other academics and this topic specifically, and I was curious if you could recommend us other feminist theories in this topic, so that we can read more of their work and your work too.
Sure. Well, I tried to give you some names as I went along, but it was quite quick, probably. But I would say anything by Carol Cohn, but don't stop there. So I do recommend that Carol Cohn piece. I also really like the work of Runa Das. Should I just spell out again? Oops. So Runa Das has written quite a lot, not so much recently actually, but in earlier in the 2000s, she's written a lot on Indian gender and Indian nuclear policy, and also on anti-nuclear women's activism in India. So I really like her work too. And then in the Pacific context, work I'm thinking of is by Teresa Tiawa or Sylvia Brain. And who else did I say? Well, that will probably be enough. And I really also really like, now this is perhaps more IR, Shampa Biswas, who wrote a book on, name of which escapes me. I don't think it's in this room. I'm going to have to look it up, just bear with me. Oh, honestly, I have this book in front of me normally, and I can't think what it's called. Nuclear Desire, Power and the Post-Colonial Nuclear Order, Nuclear Desire. It's a really terrific book. And there's another great book. The other one I mentioned is by Ray Aitchison. It's called Banning the Bomb. Smashing the Patriarchy. It's also another great title. And that's just was published late last year, I think. And that's like a really detailed unpacking of, well, basically makes a feminist argument for nuclear disarmament and then shows feminist involvement in the campaign for the treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. If Tadja, if people want to follow up on this, I'm quite happy to share resources afterwards. So please do feel free to email me and I can send you my reading list. That's not a problem. Happy to share that. And also off the record, happy to share any PDFs that you would like to circulate.
Yes, Doctor, thank you very much. I'll surely write you after this because we are greatly interested in this kind of topics, and it will be incredibly helpful to us, all this reading list. And yes, so if there's no more questions due to the time, I will want to close. Thank you very much, Doctor, in the name of the Faculty of Law and Social Sciences of the Autonomous University of Puebla. We are very thankful, as well as of the degree of international relations. So thank you for being here today with us.
I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I've really enjoyed this conversation. So I hope you've found it helpful. And any questions, please don't hesitate to get in touch afterwards. And enjoy the rest of your conference, because tomorrow looks terrific as well, I have to say. I'm quite jealous. Have a good time.
Have a good day as well, Doctor. Okay. Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Dr. Tickner, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for being here today with us. We are very sorry due to the schedule confusion. So before we initiate the conference, I want to make a briefly statement of your career and your work to everyone here today. So I will continue to do so now. J.M. Tickner is Emerita Professor in the School of International Relations at the University of Southern California and Distinguished Scholar in Residence at the School of International Service at American University. She was a past director of the USSC's Center for International Studies. She holds a PhD from Brandeis University, an international MA from Yale University, and a BA from the University of London. She also holds an honorary PhD from the University of Uppsala in Sweden. She has a visiting scholar at Brown University, the Australian National University, the London School of Economics, the University of Wales, Aberystwyth, Uppsala University, and Harvard University. In July 2010, she was visiting distinguished professor at the University of Auckland. Her principal areas of research include international theory, peace and security, and feminist approaches to international relations. Her publications include Self-Reliance versus Power Politics, American and Indian Experiences in Building Nation States, Gender and International Relations, Feminist Perspective on Achieving International Security, Gender World Politics, Easing and Approaching in Post-Cold War World, all published by Columbia University Press. She served as president of the International Studies Association from 2006 to 2007. In 1997, she received the Eminent Scholar Award from the Feminist Theory and Gender Studies section of the ISA. And in 2007, she was ranked 21 of scholars having the greatest impact on the international relations discipline over the past 20 years. She was named as one of the 50 key thinkers in Martin Griffith's 50 Key Thinkers and International Relations. She has been recipient of grants from the Ford Foundation and the Marshall Fund. Dr. Tickner, we are delighted to have you here today with us, and I give you the floor right now.
Thank you so much for that very nice and generous introduction. I'm really thrilled to be here and to be able to participate in this wonderful conference. You have great speakers and it's a very special event. I'm going to be talking today about what I call a century of IR feminism. And lately I have kind of branched out from my writing always about IR theory and have gone back to my original love, which was history. I majored in history as an undergraduate at the University of London, and I've enjoyed going back and looking at some historical figures. So today I'm going to be talking about what I call a century of IR feminism. And I'm afraid that this is it's just a snapshot, and it's rather kind of West-centric snapshot talking about women from the United States and Europe. But at some point, I hope I can go a little further, or somebody else can carry on the ball and go a little further, because it's fascinating to begin to read what women were saying about international affairs long before they were credited with having anything to say about international affairs. And all the things that they said and did seem so very sensible in hindsight. But the international community has been a long time in recognizing these important women's voices. So, so I will now start. IR's disciplinary history traces its origins to the early 20th century, but feminist IR did not officially enter the discipline until around 1989. Since its inception at the beginning of the 20th century, IR had been a very male-dominated field. Very few women were admitted to the canon, and it was hard to find books written by women on the IR syllabi. But this doesn't mean that women were not writing and speaking about international affairs, only that their voices were silenced or ignored. So I decided to go back to the early 20th century when the discipline got started to try to figure out what kind of knowledge about international relations women were creating. Admittedly, my research was limited to European and US women at the time of World War I. Most of these women would see themselves as activists rather than scholars. Yet the knowledge they produced has strong resonance with contemporary IR feminism. Today, I'm going to focus on a Congress of Women held in The Hague, Netherlands during World War I. The purpose of the Congress was to draw up a series of principles that would ensure a just peace after the war. After discussing these principles, I will focus on the writings of Jane Addams, the president of the Congress. Addams was an activist and one of the founders of the philosophical school of pragmatism, whose ideas about peace are surprisingly similar to certain forms of feminist knowledge today. In 1915, around 1,500 women from 12 countries on both sides of World War I, as well as from neutral countries, traveled to The Hague, Netherlands, to attend a Congress, the aim of which was to devise principles for a just peace settlement. At the time, the women were condemned for being idealistic, impractical, and even dangerous. I find many more interesting quotes about what some of the male colleagues thought about them, which I don't have time to talk about today. Yet many points in the Congress resolutions were remarkably forward-looking, anticipating many of the principles and institutions the international community has adopted since. They also resonate with certain feminist research today. Among the principles was the claim that civilians could not be protected in wartime, noting that in all wars, women are especially vulnerable to violence. Caregiving to children, the sick, and the elderly, generally the task of women, has to be sacrificed in times of conflict. Feminists today focus on the vulnerability of civilians and the special burdens that women face in wartime, burdens that are often ignored by the international community. The resolution urged states to begin immediate negotiations for a just peace, negotiations that should include ongoing arbitration efforts. The implication being that no nation should be required to surrender unconditionally. To this end, they recommended that a conference of neutral nations be convened to offer continuous mediation, and that foreign policies of all states be subject to democratic control, including equal political rights and participation of women. This was quite a radical proposal, since women generally did not have the vote at that time. They urged the establishment of a permanent international court of justice. The Hague women emphasized that representatives of the people, both women and men, should be involved in peace negotiations, noting that it was unacceptable that only the men who made war were permitted seats at the peace table. In hindsight, these principles seem sensible and practical. Given the rise of fascism in Germany in the 1930s and its role in contributing to World War II, the warning about unconditional surrender is remarkably forward-looking. The women visited the capitals of Europe to disseminate the resolutions to foreign policy leaders. Jane Addams and Emily Balch, two members of the American delegation, had an audience with US President Woodrow Wilson. Although he never referred to this meeting, Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, his plan for a just post-war order, bore a striking resemblance to the Hague Principles, and the principles were also enshrined in the Covenant of the League of Nations, although again, no credit was given to these women. Jane Addams, a citizen of the United States, was appointed president of the Congress. If Addams is still remembered today, it is generally for her social work amongst the poor in Chicago and her work at Hull House, a home for immigrant women, rather than for her important role at the Peace Congress or her many writings on peace. But what has been completely erased from history is that she was also one of the founders of the American pragmatic school of philosophy, an approach that resonates with certain feminist theories today. American pragmatists believe that people need to question what they think, with the goal of getting beyond abstract thinking and creating practical knowledge that is useful for solving everyday problems. John Dewey, who became the chair of the philosophy department at the University of Chicago in 1894, was one of the most noted pragmatists of the period. He was also a collaborator with Addams, for whom he had great respect, citing her influence on his own work and calling her book, Democracy and Social Ethics, one of the great books of our time. Indeed, Addams made equal contributions to early formulations of pragmatism, yet her work was never credited or cited by later philosophers. Even Dewey himself was reluctant to cite his female collaborators. Pragmatist philosophy, being contextual and grounded in individuals' own life experiences, was especially appealing to Dewey's women students at the University of Chicago. It allowed them to trust their own lived experiences as women, even when they might run counter to accepted norms that throughout history have generally been based on elite men's lives. Most of these women pragmatists took pragmatism one step further by claiming that scholars should become members of communities plagued by the sorts of problems that their theories were supposed to solve. But since women were largely excluded from positions in US philosophy departments in the early 20th century, their ideas were not carried forward. Those who followed the pragmatist tradition worked mainly outside academia. While Dewey was developing his ideas as chair of the Chicago's philosophy department, Jane Addams was articulating hers through her work at Hull House, where Dewey was a frequent visitor. Whereas we remember John Dewey as a great philosopher, those of us who still remember Addams usually think of her as a social worker rather than a philosopher, or author of books and articles on sociology, peace, philosophy, writings that have been largely forgotten. Pragmatism provided the foundation upon which Addams and the Hague women built their ideas about peace. Addams had come to her thinking through her experiences at Hull House, working amongst multinational immigrant communities. Consistent with pragmatist philosophy, Addams described the settlement founders as, quote, experimenters, learning from their experiences and always willing to change their methods as the environment demanded. She had come to realize that truth was contingent, not absolute, and must be discovered through experience. In her book, 20 Years at Hull House, Addams tells how she learned to interact sympathetically with the residents and listening to those with whom she worked rather than imposing top-down solutions. Indeed, Hull House was a microcosm of the world where people were learning to live together in multicultural settings. They viewed democracy, social justice, and international peace as mutually defining concepts that must be achieved through nonviolent means. This idea that peace is not just the absence of war, but must include social and economic justice, was first introduced into the field of peace studies in the 1960s by Johan Galtung, a famous Norwegian peace researcher. Galtung called this positive peace, which he contrasted with negative peace, the mere absence of war. Yet Adams and the Hague women had introduced these terms half a century earlier, but their ideas were never acknowledged by later peace scholars. I have suggested that the women at Hull House and at The Hague were engaging in international politics and diplomacy well before they were allowed to vote, let alone be diplomats. They were coming up with ideas for a just settlement after World War I, which, had they been implemented, might have prevented the rise of Nazism and the Second World War. They were also creating the pragmatist knowledge upon which these ideas were based. Yet their history has been completely forgotten by international relations, a discipline that has been based on knowledge about elite men's lives. In their time, the Hague women's proposals for a just peace were either ignored or not attributed to them. Often they were derided as silly and impractical. Yet if we fast forward a century, we find many of their proposals reflected in the international community's efforts to act on these very same principles today. In the year 2000, the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 1325, the first time the Security Council had addressed women's security needs. Like the Hague Principles, 1325 provides an international framework for applying a gender perspective to international security policy. Acknowledging that women and men have different needs and experiences of conflict, the resolution stresses women's rights to equal participation in peace negotiations, conflict resolution, and prevention. This resolution was the result of women's long and hard work, usually behind the scenes, to get the male-dominated Security Council to take women's needs seriously. 1325 echoes the 1915 principles and their call to attend to the impact of war on civilians. Like the Hague Principles, it calls for democratic control of security and foreign policy, including the political participation of women in peace negotiations and security provision. Over the 22 years since, there have been 7 subsequent Security Council resolutions constituting the United Nations Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. These resolutions have called for state action and accountability to protect all civilians, including women and children, during and after conflict, to end widespread use of gender-based violence as instruments of conflict, and for increased women's participation in post-conflict processes. Although implementation is far from being realized, this agenda represents a significant step towards the practical realization of the principles put forward by the Hague women 100 years ago. For example, between 1990 and 2011, across 31 peace processes in which the UN was involved, just 9% of negotiators at the peace table were women, yet evidence shows that the presence of women as negotiators makes it 35% more likely that peace agreements will endure. In going back and asking what European and US women were doing in the early 20th century when the IR discipline was founded, I discovered not only these striking parallels with the UN Women, Peace and Security agenda, but also with Adams' pragmatist philosophy and the knowledge that certain feminists are building today. Often feminists employ knowledge building that starts from the experiences of real people's lives. In other words, knowledge that emerges from practice. And when writing about international politics, feminists generally define peace in the expansive way that Adams did, a positive peace that means much more than just the absence of war. Feminists are skeptical about historical knowledge that claims to be universal and objective, but it's usually knowledge based only on men's lives. When we construct history only from men's lives, and usually elite men, we deny ourselves a complete picture of reality. In international relations, with its emphasis on war and security, it is particularly true that its subject matter has, for the most part, been written by, for, and about men. This was certainly true in the early days of the discipline, the time when Adams and other feminist pragmatists were writing, and when women were organizing for peace and building their own vision of international relations. But as I have suggested, women's stories have consistently been erased from history. Happily, today things are changing. A vibrant feminist scholarship is more inclusive, not only of women's voices, but of voices of other marginalized groups. And the scholarship of early 20th century African-American writers who had important things to say about race and imperialism are now being heard. Here I think one of the early books was Robert Vitalis, White World Order, Black Power Politics. Very good book about all the amazing writings and thinking that African-American scholars were doing at the beginning of the 20th century, which had been completely ignored. Let me conclude by saying that the rediscovery of these hidden voices suggests that feminism did not come late to international relations, but that international relations came late to feminism. But knowledge is power, and whose knowledge is recorded and remembered is a matter of power politics. We must hope that today's opening to new voices and new avenues for a more inclusive international politics is not forgotten, just as the women of The Hague were forgotten. It is the winners who get right history, but were the discipline to listen to these hidden voices, we might get some new insights into how to build a more peaceful and just world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tickner. We do consider that this approach of history of feminist writers and feminist thinking in international relations, as you said, has not been recovered fully. And we have this fully dominant, hegemonic, manly discipline, which exercises, I may say, this like epistemological violence by that. So if you don't mind, we can open the Q&A session. So if anyone has a question to Dr. Tickner, can either raise your hand and you can write it in the chat and I can read it for you. And if you want to ask something in Spanish, I can translate it to Dr. Tickner. So please feel free to raise your hands and establish a question, please. Well, meanwhile, someone formulates a question. If you don't mind, Doctor, I have a question of my own. In your works, you talk constantly about how women needs to be heard in international relations, to give them space in order to talk and to promote these positions. So how can you think we can break this structure in which the hegemonic patriarchy academic production has like this let's say principle and in the discipline, and how we can break this structure in order to make women's voices heard loudly in the discipline and change this perspective theoretically at least?
Well, that's a good question that I always get. And I actually do think that things are changing. I mean, there's a very thriving feminist literature now in international relations. And although it remains somewhat around the edges, I think it has sort of penetrated somewhat. I myself, having been president of the ISA, that was a real shock, I think, to some of the guys that and not that I was a woman, but that I was a feminist thinker who could hold such a position. So I do think things are changing, but slowly. I think they're changing more in some other countries. I think Australia, where I spent quite a bit of time, I think they're actually much more open. And it's interesting because when I was in Australia, people from the foreign ministry would come and listen to workshops when we talked about gender-based IR, which I found rather amazing. I mean, they really did listen. And actually, that brings me to the point that I think in some ways that the policy world is more open than the academy. At least that's true, I think, in the United States and Europe and Australia. And then you also have the fact that there are many more women in many countries who are now leaders of foreign policy. I've noticed that during these sort of interviews around Ukraine, how many of the Europeans have women foreign policy leaders or women in various other positions. And I think that that makes a difference too, because I think, you know, if the patriarchy begins to see that women are holding all these important posts in the foreign policy establishment, that perhaps women's voices are taken more seriously. There is, however, a caveat there. I do think while certainly this is true in the United States, while traditional scholars have been able to take on board women's ideas, the big stumbling block for me and for other feminists has been the issue of methodology. The male scholars are much more open to say quantitative work, which is very big in the United States. So if women who call themselves feminists write in the correct methodologies, mainstream methodologies, such as rational choice using quantitative work, they're much more listened to than those of us who are using other methodologies, which I personally find much more suited to discussing what we're discussing. I don't see how you can talk about the gender as a concept using rationalist methods. Gender is a social construction and has to be talked about as a social construction.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Is anyone else who wants to make a question to Dr. Tickner? Yes, Amber Estrada, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Tadeo, and thank you so much, Dr. Tickner. I have a little question. In your work, you talk about the margins or some margins in which women are into. Could you please deepen into these margins? What kind of margins are they, and how can we see them nowadays? Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, in most of my work, I've really been talking about the margins of the international relations discipline. And by that, I mean, largely what I was saying in answer to the last question, that if one doesn't, well, first of all, in the earlier days, women's voices were just completely discounted. So I'm not sure they're even on the margins. They weren't really anywhere. But now I think, certainly in the United States, international relations discipline is very governed by a certain methodological preferences, such as rational choice, quantitative methods. And somehow, if you're not adopting these methodologies, you end up on the margins. That's one way that we marginalize, and men too, who write outside the mainstream. But then, of course, there are the margins occupied by people who are considered lesser than. Women are somewhat that way, although, and then people of color in the United States, people who've just been marginalized in general. And I mean, we can name all of them, but what concerns me particularly in my own work is, as well as the fact that they are marginalized as people, they are also marginalized as people who might have anything interesting to say. This book that I was mentioning by Robert Vitalis is the first time, I mean, there've been others since, but he wrote the first book where he managed to find in the archives, actually, of Clark University, a whole set of papers and written by African-American scholars in the early 20th century. Absolutely marvelous work, but it completely disappeared. They had a completely different view of the international system, of what it looked like. They didn't divide up the world in terms of states. They divided up the world in terms of color, and fascinating. And it was just a completely different ontology, but it had been completely lost. Marginalized people don't have resources. That's another problem. Much of this work was lost because African-American scholars were denied the possibility of publishing with good presses. They were denied the possibility of going to conferences because they had no funding, and nobody would offer them any funding. So everything kind of goes together. I mean, if you're marginalized, you don't have resources, you don't have voice, and it's just not a comfortable place to be. But although there are some feminist scholars who say that we should celebrate the margins because they don't like the mainstream, and so let's enjoy being on the margins, but I'm not entirely sure that that's the best way to go.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I give the floor to Astrid Brito.
Thank you so much. Well, in the 80s, you made a reformulation of the realism in international relations, adding a political feminist view. Since then and up to now, how much do you think the political feminist approach has been added or taken into consideration in the study of the international relation? Does it increase or it just stay the same? And which are the main challenges in order to increase it?
Well, I mean, it certainly has increased enormously since we started around, as I said, around 1989. Well, there was really no work in feminist international relations at all. When I started writing, I had to go to feminist philosophers, feminist sociologists, just to kind of find a framework in which to place my ideas. We had some conferences in those days bringing together women with some sympathetic men to sort of talk about how we were going to kind of establish this new field. And of course, I'm saying a new field, but as I've just said, women have always talked about international relations, but were completely ignored. So it's grown enormously. I mean, we have so many books, wonderful publications about feminist IR, and also there's so much more empirical work now. Feminists write about issues that would never have occurred before, I think. Things like gender-based violence, prostitution, home-based work, all kinds of things that were completely ignored. So we do have an enormous feminist literature. And I'm also, I do find now that if you look in IR textbooks in the United States, that, that there is usually a section devoted to feminist work. And I think that this is rather encouraging. And certainly some of my own work has been placed in readers edited by fairly mainstream scholars. So certainly there is a big difference now. Now we have to work on other margins, as I said, Black writers who are probably still more delegitimated than feminists. I have been working recently, I wrote a paper on indigenous knowledge. This was indigenous people from the Americas, from Africa. It's fascinating work, just fascinating. Indigenous people really have the answer to how we're going to solve our current climate crisis, but nobody listens to them at all. So, you know, I think that feminist work is being incorporated, but we have so many more margins from which we could learn so much. And I sometimes find that academia is remarkably uninterested in learning really new things. That was a real shock to me when I entered the field. I thought, you know, this would be a great life, always learning new things, but that isn't exactly what happens in academia. Tend to kind of replicate what's already been done. And this bothers me a lot, but it's sort of the way it is. But we can all shake things up. You can shake things up. You can do research on things that haven't much been thought about. So I think have great hope in young people, because I think they're the ones who really shake things up and demand change. And that's a wonderful thing. That's why I've always liked working with young people.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I give the floor to Maria Fernanda.
Thank you, Doctor, for giving us some time of your day. Well, my question is regarding what could be done, or how can we make sure that when women reach high positions of decision making, for example, what's been happening with the Sahrawi women in Africa, with them taking the role of leaders, political leaders, and making sure to make the most with what little they have. When men who are historically the ones in charge of taking care of everything and becoming leaders. What can be done so that these women are not relegated to other places and their experience overlooked?
Well, did I get that question right? You were asking if African women have a possibility of becoming leaders or taking care of themselves or not being dominated by the patriarchy. Was that your question?
Not exactly, like more in general regarding how can we make sure that women in general, when they reach high positions in power, their experiences are not as overlooked as they are. I mean, I understand that it's a very difficult thing to do, and that how much work has been done regarding it. It's more about how can we, I'm not quite sure, make sure that our political systems, specifically in AR, take into account women's experiences in living with certain problems.
Well, I think women's experiences are taken more seriously when there are more women in leadership positions. I don't think you can just have one or two women in top policy positions. You need a great number of women. Another thing that I think holds women back is that in most countries, they are expected to do the majority of the caregiving and childcare, and that is a problem because somehow the world is not structured in a way that works very well for women. I think just in the sort of physical getting through the day is much harder for women. When you mention Africa, it's interesting because Africa produces a lot of very strong women leaders, but at the same time, it's a very patriarchal, they're very patriarchal societies. So I think the best chance for women is, one, to have more women visible in policy making. If you take a country like Sweden, which I have lived in too, it's almost kind of equal. Many of their ministries are equally men and women, which is, I think, quite unusual. And the foreign minister has usually been a woman when I've been there, but Sweden is kind of set up in a structurally more friendly way for women. They have free daycare, they have other perks that make it possible for both partners to enter the workforce and not have the woman suffer in the same way. I'm not sure actually whether I have answered your question, but I think it's a question of visibility, getting used to women being in leadership positions, and also changing structures that make it so difficult for two breadwinners in any family.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tickner. Is there any other question any of the participants have to make to Dr. Tickner? If not, and if you don't mind, Dr. Tickner, I have another question to ask you, and is regarding the standpoint theory. Dr. Keohane makes this, let's say, critique of a standpoint feminist theory as being a way in which, the feminist theory is giving assistance somehow to this main dominated world, theoretically and practically. And I think and Dr. Marysia Zalewski, which was our first speaker today, talks about in an article about it, how this vision is completely, it tries to overlook the importance of feminist theory and feminist approaches from a perspective of leadership. And what Dr. Kirchen tries to make is like make apart this theory as just like an assistant theory, not like a leading theory, if I explain myself. So what are your thoughts on this, and how well you think this discussion is going through?
So you're talking about feminist standpoint theory. Are you critiquing that? I'm not quite understanding that question.
Yes, like on the standpoint theory, Kirchen makes a critique of feminist standpoint theory and says it's only an assistant theory, like a feminine assistant theory. So what are your thoughts on this?
Assistant theory, you said? I didn't quite understand that. Well, I mean, one of the major critiques of standpoint theory was that it wasn't representing all women. It was just mostly talking about sort of white elite Western women when it first came on. And I think it is very difficult to talk about any standpoint. I mean, who are you talking about? Everybody's experiences are so different. But then if you sort of go down all the lists of all the people that we should be including when we're thinking about creating knowledge, then we run into the opposite problem of how can you possibly represent all standpoints. So my general approach is just to sort of state what I'm talking about and try not to generalize too much. I think generalized theory is very difficult, and a lot of people sort of throw up their hands and say, well, if we can't do generalized theory, what is theory? But I think you can have multiple theories and multiple knowledges that do help us get through the world. I know that answers your question, but you know, international relations is generally a tendency to do grand theories and try to explain everything at once, which of course they're not doing. They're just explaining things from the point of view of kind of elite patriarchy, and not even that, but.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor, for your response. And well, yes, Jaciel Sarmiento, I give you the floor.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to listen to you. And I want to ask you if, what are your thoughts about socialism? What do you think about the possibility to perceive or make a theory, well, it actually exists, a theory that can collide feminism and socialism?
Social realism, you said? Is that what you said?
Sorry, I'm just so nervous, and my English is too bad.
Well, I'm doing wonderfully. I'm so terrible at languages myself. I always admire people. We all have to learn to speak English, which is dreadful. It's dreadful for people who don't. And so it's a privilege in itself to be an English speaker in this world. So no worries about what you said. I'm just not completely sure whether we're talking about socialism or social theory or what?
Yes, socialism.
Oh, I see. Well, there was a very active in about the 1980s, I would say, there was a very active socialist feminist, one of the branches of feminism. And I think that structure that socialist feminists tend to use had a great deal to tell us somewhat about some of the things that I've just talked about. The fact that the structures, the capitalist structures in the world are not very useful for feminists or getting women into any kind of equal position, because capitalism was kind of founded on the idea that you have one breadwinner and one caregiver in the family. And of course, this is completely unrealistic in the world today. I mean, it's not financially possible, plus which it puts women always in the secondary position. Socialist theory used to talk more about kind of restructuring our workforce and our world of work and how we think about work. And I think that this was extremely useful. I mean, in the 17th century, 18th century, when capitalism got going, it was, as I say, it was predicated on a lot of caregiving, because it wasn't possible for everybody to go out and work in a factory. Actually, the system you had before capitalism, which was kind of home-based production for everybody, and there was no such thing as this divide between work and family. Most people worked from the home, whatever they were doing. Very different structure. I'm not suggesting we go back to that kind of structure, but feminists had a lot to tell us. Feminist socialism had a lot to tell us about how we could think about structuring our world differently so that opportunities would arise for women and men both, I think.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think we have time for another question. So does anyone has a further question to Dr. Tickner? Okay, it seems like it doesn't. So Dr. Tickner, we are very delighted from your participation here in the online conference. I think that your perspectives are widely known, but for us as students are very enriching in our education, in our formation. So in the name of the Director of the Faculty of Law and Social Sciences of the Autonomous University of Puebla and the main coordinator of the degree of International Relations, we are deeply thankful for your participation here today. And that's all from our part. Thank you very much for being here today, Doctor.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed it very much, and wonderful questions, and congratulations to all of you who have to speak English. It's not easy, but I enjoyed the interaction very much, and I appreciate you inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tickner. We hope you have an amazing day. Perfecto, pues bueno, muchas gracias a todos y a cada uno de los presentes por estar el día de hoy en acompañarnos. Nos disculpamos de nuevo con todos por las dificultades técnicas que hubo, pero afortunadamente tuvimos el honor de que la doctora Tickner pudiera reagendar el horario. El día de mañana, como perfectamente lo pueden ver en nuestra página de Facebook, en nuestra página de Instagram y en nuestro Twitter, tenemos 4 diferentes ponencias. Una dirigida por la doctora Courtney Burns, otra por la doctora Brooke Ackerley y por último tendremos nuestro único panel en español dirigido por la doctora Gabriela Barth-Widor. Entonces esperemos que mañana también nos podamos ver 10 minutos antes del inicio y cualquier información con referencia a los horarios o cualquier cambio se les va a hacer llegar. Muchas gracias y espero que tengan muy buena tarde a todos. Hasta luego. Como precisión va a ser la misma liga para el día de mañana también.
Licenciado Rogelio, no sé si me escucha. Bueno, en caso de que me escuche, por el día de hoy serían todas las transmisiones y ya mañana seguiríamos de acuerdo al horario.